Okay, hey guys, welcome to the live. I didn't do one yesterday, so I brought my husband today because John, he got busy from crime scene to courtroom, so he was having issues and whatever. So, anyways, I spent all day working on my video and everything. So this is my husband, Steve Austin, down below. he's he's only going to be
Hello.
here. Let's go ahead, honey.
No, just saying hello.
Oh, so anyways, thank you guys for joining the live today. Looking forward to this one, as a matter of fact, actually. Now, husband, go ahead. Tell everybody just how amazing you are instead of myself as usual.
I'm not amazing.
So,
I'm better.
my husband's from, obviously, you can tell he's British. He's from England over there. And, actually, this month, so in a couple days, your brother turns 25 on the 12th.
12, yeah.
Yeah, then you're going to.
No, then my auntie as well.
Oh, your
is
auntie.
June 10th, I think.
Is she June 10th?
I think so.
Ryan's the 12th, and then you're the 22nd. And
yeah.
then I'm July 3rd. So we're both Cancer babies. And then our 10-year anniversary is July 11th. My brother's birthday. So I have a twin sisters. So we both have obviously turned 56, right? And you'll turn what? 35, 25. Your brother's 10 years younger. And so there's just like a lot going to be going on in the next month, June and July here for us all. Because like I have a twin sister, and I also have a brother, and then older sister. I like to call her Satan, but whatever. Her name is Paula, actually. But whatever, close enough, right? Twist those words around. But so for 6 days, me, Tanya, and Kenny are all the same age. And then 6 days later, he'll turn 57. Sucker. Anyways, so my husband, I thought I'd bring him on so my husband, he's a gamer. So when I'm doing lives, he's always gaming. It's kind of like that thing, right? I actually started doing lives doing videos and lives because simply your relaxation is gaming. And it's all, and I used to be a gamer too. So don't get us wrong.
You just don't play the games I play anymore. It's your fault.
We met playing RuneScape. My son taught me how to play that when he was 5. And so just tell him again. It's like the Pretty Women movie.
Oh, no.
Shut up. I'm not going to tell the whole story. Just come on. I'm coming for you, Sonny. I don't want anyone else to have you, Sonny. All that good stuff. That's good stuff, guys. But anyway, so during the live, my husband is the one that refills my drinks, brings me dinner. And all that.
I keep the live going in the background.
Yeah. And whenever you're not here, Ben, my mod, that's my secondary husband. He's the one that keeps flirting with me when you're not here. Just saying.
Oh, I don't see him bringing you drinks or food.
Well, he would. He definitely would. Right? Anyways, it's great to have you guys here. So I know I've told you a little bit about this case with Jack and Lily, and I've told you that we speak to Belinda, the grandmother, the paternal grandmother of Jack and Lily. And so this is the biggest shout out to Belinda. And you guys, again, if it wasn't for Belinda, especially, and Daniel, there would be no more insight into this case, to be honest with you. So always please be grateful for that extra information. And it's just, I got to say, I just have the highest respect for Belinda. I know that we've been in the true crime community, you guys, and we know what it's like. We know that the freaking wolf pack is out there. We know the attacks and the trolling that goes on. But when somebody hasn't been in a situation like this, it almost takes you back, I guess, for what you would see. But we know what happened. So I've always tried to tell Belinda that expect this, but, she's had just a shield of a dragon shield, husband, just like RuneScape had a dragon, she has a dragon shield, and she does everything for Jack and for Lily, and it's to find answers. Hence why she's just been, honestly, I just can't say enough about her. I love her to pieces, to be honest with you. I think she's just wonderful. The fact that she's just putting herself out there and saying, look, I don't care. I just want to have answers for Jack and Lily. Now, Daniel. Her name, of course, you guys know, was talking with Daniel. Unfortunately, he got upset with us on because he thought that because of Belinda getting attacks. But I mean, honestly, it happens all the time, Daniel. You don't live in this world of true crime, and unfortunately, you have to have a really thick skin. But I get it. You know, this is a man that doesn't realize that probably he's been bamboozled. And he's a guy that's, probably putting up on a pedestal up here and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, to be honest with you, you guys know it comes with the territory, sadly. And this is why a lot of people drop off from talking because, the minute that social media gets at them, you have your good content creators or the good people, and then you have the people that are just vicious. So with that being said, husband, do you know anything about this case really too much? What I've
Not really.
told you? Yeah. So basically on May 2nd of obviously just a little over a month ago now, because it's June 8th. These two beautiful children before you, Jack and Lily. Lily is 6 years old, Jack is 4 years old, and they kind of like Sebastian Rogers' case, they somehow just Houdini'd away and
Just
like
disappeared.
just disappeared, right? And there's there's been some inconsistencies in the timeline about the phone call being made and 8 o'clock and different stuff like that. But it's one of those things is that pretty much almost right away the RCMP, and this is out of Nova Scotia, by the way. Uh, for anyone that's watching the channel that doesn't know, I'm from basically the Vancouver area in Langley here. And obviously, my husband, we reside somewhat in the same house, right, honey? No, but anyways, so yeah, so we're West Coast Canada. This is happening on the East Coast side, and they're about a 4 hour difference from us here. But it's like, you know, with this case, it's just so sad because the RCMP kind of deemed it as, look, uh, we're basically telling you that we don't believe there's nothing to show that there's an abduction. And so then they spent all their efforts really based in the woods around this home. Now, this home, I would call it a dilapidated mobile type of home. And, you know, it's not the most beautiful property in the world, we'll put it that way. But you know what? To kids, it's like a big playground yard. And somehow, so they don't believe it's an abduction. They haven't found anything to show that they're in the woods at all, like zero. They even went back and did a search recently. And again, big freaking hockey puck, zero, right? So what does that leave you? Obviously, if they don't believe that, that there was an abduction by a stranger, and there's no signs of them in the woods, so your focus is towards the parents now, right? Because a lot of times the parents have involvement with the disappearance, right, of children, and so hence why they're always going to be looked at first. Now, Belinda is a paternal grandmother, as I said. Okay, her son Cody, he's the paternal biofather. Now, he has not been in the children's lives for a few years, but people are trying to attack him as if he decided after a couple of years, that he was just going to come abduct them. That's just, to me, nonsense. They would have ruled him out. He would have probably, I'm sure, had an alibi right away. Done. Okay, so again, people can think what they want, but it's just one of those things, that, well, okay, you know what? Just for your sake here, I'm going to play you something, and I want you to listen to it for the first time because you've never listened to this. Okay, so two children are missing. The mother is going to talk about, she does an interview. It's her one and only interview that she does do.
Yeah.
Daniel Martell, he's the stepfather. They've been in a relationship for about 3 years. According to Daniel Martell, Jack and Lily called him dad. And so, anyways, I'm just gonna, you guys, Charmaine's in the house there, but she's gonna be heading back to BC here. She's in Alberta right now. So she's gonna be doing that. And then, anyways, and Dogs Karma, hi everyone. I can't go back and say hi to everyone. So I'm just going to say, hey everyone. Thank you for joining the live again. Anyone who's wondering, this is my husband, Steve Austin. And I thought that sometimes people, we would bring him on, like he hasn't been on in quite a while, but sometimes he'd come join us. So the regulars know exactly who husband is. Right, AI Henry. Okay, there's Brenda. Hey, Brenda. And Sharon Parker. Oh, there's Ben right there. Shh, Ben, keep it down. Okay. And Belinda's going to be watching as well. So again, thank you, Belinda, for all you have done. And please also thank you, Daniel, for the information, the talking that you've done with Charmaine. That's been appreciated as well. Thank you for the insight into the day that Jack and Lily have gone missing. Hi, little mama. Okay, so I'm going to play this for you raw because you've never seen it. Okay, so give me a second here. Okay. Choo, 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 choo. Okay, there it is. Okay, here's the mother, Malaya.
Just staying as hopeful as possible. I want them home. I want to hold them. And I want them home. What happened was we woke up, I heard them playing in the next room beside us, and I was drifting in and out of sleep, and they're not the type of kids that we tell them not to go outside on their own. We always make sure that we're out there with them, watching them, and they happen to just get out that sliding door, and we can't hear it when it opens, and they were outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time, and the next thing we knew, it was quiet, and we get up, and I tell him, my partner, Daniel, I tell him, do you hear the kids? And he says, no. And we get up instantly. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them. And I instantly just call 911. I just had the instinct I needed to call. They're both really go-lucky children. They're so sweet. They talk to anyone. They'll talk your ear off. They will speak to anyone in a store. Everyone. They're just extremely sweet kids. I appreciate the huge search effort going on right now. But we've been pushing for an Amber Alert, which hasn't been issued. Not just that they could possibly be abducted, which it is a possibility that they could have been, but just an alert to let everyone know that they are missing. We had people text me saying that they weren't aware, someone else let them know that they were missing, and it would just be nice if everyone could be alerted. We thought maybe that we found tracks, but it's still uncertain. It's been raining and they're probably soaking wet, but with the sun today, I'm hopeful that they are feeling warm. We're all filled with pain and sorrow because we just want them found. We want them home. Everyone loves them. They are definitely verbal, and they do have possible autism, but it's not extreme autism. It's just they have issues with school, and they don't catch up with the other kids. I just want to remain hopeful. But there's always, in a mother's mind, you're always thinking the worst. Last night was one of the worst nights because I didn't have them in their beds. And I don't want to go through that another night without them.
The last few days are very stressful.
That's going to be Daniel. Okay, so this is the day right after the children go missing. Okay, May 3rd. Children go missing May 2nd. Just by listening to this, since you have no idea of
well, one thing that for me didn't make sense at the start was when she said the kids were next door playing, and she was saying she was waking up and going to sleep, or something, whatever, falling into sleep. But then she said the kids would have opened the sliding door, but you won't hear it open, and then they're outside playing. But how would she know all that?
Well, that's correct. I mean, she does say we didn't know until later.
But how did she know they were playing outside?
Good question. How did she know?
If she said she would come in like awake asleep, which is fine, and then the kids are playing, then she says, like she states, the sliding door opens, but you don't hear it open, and then the kids are playing outside. But well, how do you know all of that? Why would you stay asleep if you heard your kids playing outside? But
So
that's all I really was confused of.
right, it's kind of one of those things I have to listen to it. The whole thing is honestly. So let me put it this way: if you were listening to this and this is your first time, uh, would you believe this person? Just remember when I showed you the Barry Morphew interview, and you
Oh,
basically
he was fake straight away from the start. I could tell that was fake.
okay. So what's your initial reaction on this one? Just on the first one.
I don't know. I'm just 50-50 on it. I'm so suspect of everybody now. Like it's just, but it's hard to say. People react differently. Don't when stuff happens. Some people show no emotion when they're really emotional inside. But I'm just going off what was said at the start. To be honest, the only thing that threw out to me was your kids are playing next to you, which is fine. But then the door opened, you don't hear it. But then they're playing outside. Well, you must have heard them playing outside to know they were playing outside. I don't know if it's a normal thing that they play outside or not, or they're banned from playing outside, but that's the only thing that stood out to me, really.
Okay. And AI Henry, that was already dismissed by the RCMP, that whole thing. If people want to ride off that still, but the RCMP already looked into that. It's of no value whatsoever.
And I'm assuming there's no cameras around anywhere.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they do live in a remote place in Nova Scotia. It is like, okay, actually, let me just quickly show you, just to give you a sense of it all. Okay, share screen window. Okay, so again, let me take you down here, actually. Okay, why is this thing history? I don't want that. One sec. Woo woo. Can you hear that? One second. Pumpkin patch. Okay, so we'll go. Okay, now the house. This is an old picture in a sense, or an old view. It's the yard. I'm just going to put it this way. It's like a typical kind of junkyard. So this is the home here. It's very isolated. There's nobody. There's no neighbor really around unless you go, quite a bit down here in this area. Then there's a neighbor. Okay, so just think of this. So typically Jack and Lily, right? So they had a professional development day on the Wednesday. And then on the Thursday and Friday, they were called in sick. And Thursday, they were called in sick at 6:17. On Friday, 6:18. According to Daniel Martell, who says he has proof, that the children were from the school, that the children were coming. Okay, so Pro D Day Wednesday, Thursday called in sick because apparently Lily had a cough or something like that. Friday called in sick. So again, basically, actually, let me stop screen. I'm going to show you an image of. Just let me find one quickly. I'm going to find an image of the home from the back side of it. This is a little bit of extra stuff I wasn't necessarily going to do, but might as well. Let me just find, I got so many pictures of stuff. Belinda has sent me a ton of the children, which is, because at first, Malaya took down her Facebook because she was getting attacked, and then she brought it back up, and then Belinda had sent lots of pictures to us as well of the children. So just give me a second here. Just trying to find what's the best view. Is that right here? I think is this one okay? Yes, there it is. Okay. So this is the door that doesn't make noise at all. So neither does that patio porch either. It doesn't make noise. But so apparently the way it is, the way that they're saying it, right, that Daniel and Malaya are saying it, is that they were in their bedroom with baby Meadow. Okay. Daniel and Malaya have a third, like a child that's between them. And the other two children, again, are Cody's, right? So they've been in a relationship for 3 years. He says that Jack and Lily call him dad. And that, so they have a child that's about, well, one says 18 months then the other one says 16 months. So let's call it somewhere in there. So they're laying in bed, and apparently Malaya, texts his school or whatever, calls, whatever she did, leave a message. I guess it would be leave a message, right? And so that's of course at 6:17. I guess it would be 6:18 on the Friday, and so apparently they're in and out of sleeping. Daniel says that Lily pops in a couple times, and so he notices that she is wearing pink and whatever, right? But there's a very false storyline going here at the start, regardless. So Daniel says that within 20 minutes, that they notice, he goes to get up and go check on them. No sign of the kids. Now, the phone call is made, according to Malaya, at 9:40 because she sends that to Belinda, that information. The RCMP and that are saying that it was around 10 o'clock. Now, the last time they said they seen the children was at 8 o'clock in their room. Now, Malaya says 8:30 to Belinda, the paternal grandmother. Now, and so obviously there's no way a possible 20-minute missing them in a 6.6 kilometer as far as they could have gone. So really, at 8 o'clock was the last time somewhere around that area that they truly seen the children. I think this part of the story myself is them trying to cover their own negligence and exaggerating time to their benefit, in a sense, so that they don't look like that they weren't paying attention to the children when really they had fallen asleep with baby Meadow. And next thing you know, apparently they go through this sliding door, make no noise. Now, on this property is a trailer, and Janie McKenzie, Daniel's mother, lives in that trailer that's on the property. Now, so the only thing I could ever think of was if Janie had heard the children outside, but we haven't heard anything about that. All we heard was Daniel say that when he was outside screaming for the children, that his mom came out, and that's when she came out. So I don't know if well, let me put it this way. I it's always been about Daniel or Malaya and what happened to these children. If they don't deem it as an abduction, they can't find a shred of evidence in the woods that are all surrounding what I just showed you. And they've scoured it, and they've had drones and everything, and then they went back recently, right? Does it make you think that one, two, or both of the parents, in a sense, had something to do with their disappearance? Unless you can think of another option out there. I know you're not familiar with the case on this one. You guys, husband,
Yo.
I'm going to let you go back to gaming. I'm going to do my thing here.
Yeah, I was just watching YouTube shorts. I wasn't even gaming.
Hey.
Just watching YouTube shorts.
Well, you can hang if you still want to. It's up to you. I'm just trying to give you an out if you want it.
Yeah. I'll wait 5-10 minutes.
Okay. So you guys. So what I'm going to do, and sorry if can't keep up the comments right now, because I want to show you guys something. I'm going to show you 2 quick videos, and that we're going to watch. Okay. So let me no, not videos. Sorry. I need to go to, yes, videos, but I just need to share screen. Honey, do you remember Carly Russell?
Probably.
Remember the one that said she was abducted? That one? Do you remember that
the woman on the highway?
Yeah.
When she got out of the car and walked into the woods or something?
Yeah.
Is it that one? Yeah, what about it?
That's okay. So I'm going to play, let me see, I'm going to make sure I'll do the right one first. I'm going to do this one first. Okay. So if ever you guys think that people don't do this stuff, they absolutely do. Carly Russell is a pure example of somebody that's been deceptive and portrays. And this is going to go into our live today to do with Malaya and the information and the truth, which I think is starting to become very absolutely clear now about who the person is that's playing games and is being deceptive. So let's watch this, guys.
Matter.
This is Dr.
Oh,
Grande.
hey, I must
You
have
made
been
a
at the
mistake
end.
in this
Hold
matter.
on.
In the Carly Russell case, is the Alabama woman who claims she was kidnapped after seeing a toddler wandering on the side of the highway. Well, a confession and apology on her behalf tonight. NBC's Sam Brock has the details.
A stunning public confession in the mysterious disappearance of Carly Russell.
There was no kidnapping.
Hoover's police chief reading a statement on Monday provided by Russell's attorney on behalf of the 25-year-old nursing student.
My client did not see a baby on the side of the road. My client did not leave the Hoover area. This was a single act done by herself.
For days, the investigation captured national attention. Skepticism quickly grew, and police were unable to verify her story. Where do you think she went, and how would you characterize what happened here?
That's the $100 question.
Earlier this month, Russell went missing for just over 48 hours after calling 911 to report a toddler walking alone on the interstate.
Hi, I am on Interstate 459, and there is a kid just walking by themselves.
In her initial statement to police, Russell claimed that she was abducted by a man with orange hair and a woman who brought her to a home, forced her to undress, and took nude photos of her. Throughout the investigation, police said they found no evidence of an abandoned toddler, also detailing internet searches made by Russell shortly before the incident, including what's the cost of an Amber Alert, a one-way bus ticket from Birmingham to Nashville, and the 2008 film about an abduction, Taken.
My client apologizes for her actions to this community. We ask for your prayers for Carly as she addresses her issues and attempts to move forward, understanding that she made a mistake in this.
Yeah, okay. You know what? Pissed off with the mistake. You know why she did this, you guys? I'm going to play it one more that's a little bit shorter to give you a little bit better scope on repercussions a bit. But anyways, she did this. She literally faked an abduction, said that there was this child going down the road, faked her own abduction. Oh my God, if you guys knew the story that she told behind this about being freaking grabbed and she managed to get in and out of this vehicle. They were taking nude photos of her in a hotel room. And then she just, guess what? She just saunters. Oh no, hold on. She probably did a couple of these to act like, oh my God, I'm just sweating. Oh my God, for dear life, I made it back home. Oh my God, right? It was all a crock of shit. All for the sake, because her ex-boyfriend, she just wanted to play a freaking head game and make it seem like she was abducted and that he would go be like, oh my God, I never want to ever be without you again. You did it. You know, like that's what she did it for. Okay. Anyways, what a joke. Okay. So this is the part. This will be a real piss off with Jack and Lily's case, right? If all these searchers are out for no reason.
In Alabama say Carly Russell, the woman who said that she had been abducted after she saw a toddler on the side of the highway, made the whole story. The attorney shared a statement with police yesterday and says that Russell actually never even left the search area and reiterated that there was no kidnapping and no baby on the side of the road. Officials say while they are still trying to put together exactly what happened, they're glad that Russell was safe.
The sad thing is that, again, there were so many people that were involved, took this thing very, very seriously. And again, we wanted the focus to be bring her home. She got home. We're very excited about that. It is what it is. The facts, I think, last Wednesday showed that we knew that it was a hoax.
Now, to the other side of this, officials are trying to figure out exactly how much money and resources were used during this search effort. No word yet on charges or where Carly was during the time that she was reportedly missing.
Okay, so anyway, so I just got to make her face known. Okay, so We covered the story, and it didn't take too long to realize that she was lying, right? How dare you buy your mother food and don't even bring it to her? She stole from work that day, right? She had stolen some toilet paper, a robe. So she just totally ruined, messed up her entire life. I can't remember how much money she has to pay back, if it was like 25,000 or whatever, but you're talking about a couple $100,000 of resources used, all for the sake of a hoax. Now, why do I bring this up? Because that's exactly what I think's going on here. And I don't think it's at the hands of Daniel. I think this is allegedly for entertainment purposes only. I think that this has been a game. And the reason why is because, well, we're going to get into that actually. Husband, do you need your out yet? I just don't want to keep you. I just don't want to
No,
keep you.
if you're going to do your thing, about, 'cause I've known nothing. I know nothing was going on. So if you want me to disappear, I'll
No,
split.
no. Ben, what did you say? Get away, husband? I think so, yeah. So for anyone coming in, this is my husband. Yes, he's 35. I'm 56 almost. You're almost 35. I'm almost 56. Yeah, we met playing RuneScape. Enough said. Pretty women. He fell in love with me. Get over it, right?
Blah blah blah.
Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Yeah. Anyways, so well, the thing is that I'm going to be watching. I'm going to be showing them now like a longer thing. Actually, no. Stay with me. Stay with me for another minute, husband. All right. Don't leave me. Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna play. We're gonna take that one down, and we're gonna go to a channel that I actually have quite a lot of respect for. I remember we followed the Jay Slater case. Actually, we pretty much follow pretty much all the cases, besides Plunder. Plunder's amazing, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Evil Exists. Okay, so he put out a video 8 hours ago. Is this the one? New concerning? Yes. So we're gonna watch this one together, guys.
The other day I shared.
Okay, so I made the mistake. So me and Charmaine were in this Facebook group, and I hate Facebook groups, but we were in this Facebook group called Pictou County. Now, Pictou County is exactly where this is happening, and right, Nova Scotia, Pictou County, Lansdowne Station area. Now, so I saw a bunch of people, you know, have the pictures up from Belinda's and Malaya's text, and basically all I saw was the odd one, and everybody else is just trashing it, right? Trashing it. Yeah, it's no truth. Blah, it's a bunch of bull. Show me proof. So I decided to respond, and I said basically like, use common sense, people. Okay, if anyone's following the channel, they'll know that I've been talking with Belinda. I mean, I've showed darn screenshot conversations of me and her, but they're too lazy, and they felt like they were so entitled. So I was kind of being like nice and respectful in the most, but besides saying like, the only people I owe anything to at all is this channel and to you guys and to Belinda, right? Those are the only people that I owe anything to. And so it was like they felt like they had this right to that they needed proof because their asses were too ass lazy to go to this channel to realize that we've been covering this story, that we've shown it, you know, many times of the Belinda's text between, our messengers between, but no, these people, but this is literally the grandmother of these children, and they live in this like Pictou County here. And they're sitting there being so trashy. Not everybody, don't get me wrong, okay? But this is why I avoid it. So I don't even respond in Facebook groups. It's been years, okay? It's at least that I can recall. Because I just don't join them. They're venomous. Their people are sick and twisted. They always want to toss shade all the time. And
that's the internet.
Yeah. But the thing is, right, exactly. And there's more people apt to be haters than there are the good people, sadly. But you know what? To me, always goodness will win over those evil people, and let karma be a bitch and boomerang you back in the ass for all that stuff that you're putting out to the universe. May it come back full force to you. That's what I gotta say. There's nothing about, oh, I forgive this. I'm not a Bible person and whatever. No. Okay? if you want to put out that type of stuff to the universe and be such haters in life, I pity you. I feel sorry for you, actually. But in this case, this is the grandmother. So I basically said, you want proof? All you have to do is ask Belinda. And I tagged it, so if she wanted to, whatever. She did, right? So Evil Exists, I happen to see it on here, and he covered it. So thank you so much, Evil Exists, for always supporting this channel and realizing that we do honest, truthful work here, and we're not out to deceive anybody or play games. You don't play games with the murdered and the missing. You just don't, okay? And then, so this channel only works that way. We don't sit there and beg for donations. We don't put out cheesy thumbnails. We just simply want to cover the facts and then talk about speculation. That's it. So with that being said, I'm just going to quickly play this. And thank you guys for all your
the number of
support
these
as
text
well.
messages that it's a crime and
Up
shame
for this
put out.
channel.
The messages came
Thank
from
you.
the paternal grandmother's phone, and it shows a conversation between her and the mother, Malaya. I didn't share all the messages though, because I didn't want to get into the inconsistencies and all that, without making 100% sure the messages were true. Well, now that Belinda, the original source of these messages, has confirmed publicly that they are from her phone and are true, let's get into the rest of them.
Helen,
In
there's
these text
Helen.
messages, you can see Belinda
Belinda.
telling Malaya that the police want to broaden the search and flood highways. That should have been done first thing. Malaya responds, and we know that she has always pushed the abduction theory, much like Dawn and Candace Fly. We still believe to this day that someone came up on that isolated hill and snatched Summer Wells. Malaya responds saying if the children were in the woods, they would have been found by now because Jack has trouble going through the woods. Normally they don't go out of the yard. This is an interesting statement, and I would love to know what she meant by he has trouble going through the woods. Is he scared to go into the woods? Malaya continues saying that she is sick and scared and doesn't know what to do, and feels helpless. I think for starters, she should have continued pleading for the safe return of her children, since she so strongly believes that they were abducted. She says she is thinking nothing but positive, and she wants her babies home. Belinda then took it upon herself, as a concerned grandmother, to go down there and help search. Malaya asked about Cody, the biological father of the children. Belinda says he is in his room. Is she questioning whether he could have had something to do with their disappearance? She says she has reason to believe they have been taken by someone. From the morning of May 3rd, it doesn't look like Malaya was responding to Belinda anymore. This is probably after she decided to leave with her mother. Belinda tried messaging her multiple times on the 4th May, but got no response.
Okay. So I just wanted to share that. So thank you, Evil Exists, and thank you, Helen, and everyone that's been, in the channels and supporting the channel, that knows, that comes here and just wants truth and facts, and then talk about speculation. That's always all this channel will stand for, right? Everything is done just from husband.
Yo.
Am I a selfish person? Do I think
Yes.
a fairy? Okay. So what other good traits do I have, husband?
Let me have a think.
Yes, Renee. It's a husband. Okay, Renee, I typically focus on one case or two cases max. I like, when I do something, I just dive right into it, okay?
Yes, she does.
Husband knows. I'm that person. Remember Suzanne Morphew case, husband?
Oh, God, that took up all your life.
That was like my whole
When
brain.
she wasn't live, she was on her iPad or computer doing stuff until like 3 a.m. every day.
Which I do now, right now.
And still do now, yeah, but it was even more on that case.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. If I get 3 to 4 hours of sleep in a day, I'm good. I'm good. Because I do. Nighttime is like, daytime typically is my work time at work. And so at nighttime, it's like so peaceful and it's quiet. Husband's sleeping. And I'm just sitting there on my iPad, stalking people's Facebooks, just looking for information, looking who's connected to who, looking for those little needles in a haystack. Because I enjoy doing stuff like that, to be honest, because all I ever want to do when I hear like a case like this, I just want to search for the truth or get as close to the information as we can get, and until it basically becomes like dry of information. And then the next step is waiting for something to happen, like in that Sebastian Rogers case, okay? There's no place that we can go with the Sebastian Rogers case besides bringing awareness to it. But there's nothing. There's literally nothing. And there's no information that we can bring forward. So I like to get to the point as best as I can, with the information. But I've just been blessed that me and Charmaine have been able to talk to family and give you guys more information to that day. And that's what it was all about. And so when people are trying to cut you down and stuff like that, when you're really just doing everything from your heart, you're doing it for the right reasons. And just, it's hard. It's a battle you'll never win. And I realize that. It doesn't mean it doesn't hurt any less, that it has to be that way, because it doesn't have to be that way. We could all do a big hug and kumbaya shit together and just all get along, but that's unfortunately not going to happen. But for me, I just feel blessed that regardless of, anything else, is that Belinda and Daniel have been able to give us more insight. And that's all what the intention was to bring awareness to Jack and Lily. And Belinda just wants answers for her grandbabies and whoever else in the family. But Belinda and Daniel really are the only ones speaking out, to be honest with you. And then we heard Logan, Daniel's cousin, speaking out on a TikTok. And other than that, and a little bit from Daphne, other than that, that's pretty much it. Malaya, honey, so what happened here, just quickly? So Malaya, on the 3rd, right, the day after the children go missing, so her and Daniel are telling this story about, the kids went out the back door and, Houdini'd out of there. And Malaya, all of a sudden, according to Daniel's, basically during this briefing, her mom, Malaya's mom, says something to her. Daniel has no clue what it was. And she packs up the baby Meadow and herself and just, boom, gone. And she's been in hiding ever since, or whatever you want to call it. Hiding. Okay? I'm sorry, but all of a sudden you're in this great relationship that you tell an RCMP officer, just like an hour before, that you're the safest and happiest you've ever been.
So, why is she so adamant they're abducted?
That's just it.
Because if, just think of it, I don't want to say talk bad, but if you're a normal person, wouldn't you be out in the woods and the forests just doing big circles around the property constantly, just in case they did just wander out, not just disappear?
Daniel did that.
Well, one person, if you're the mum, surely, I know my mum would. If she's going, okay, just think of it logically, they're abducted. The only way you'd say no to give up looking is that they're abducted or you've put them somewhere. Because it's pointless looking in the forest and wasting your time. Whereas if it's genuine and you think your kid's been abducted or gone into the woods, there's only one thing you can do really, is check the woods. If they've got abducted, they've got abducted. You can't go search that. But you don't know that if it's legit. They could have gone into the woods. So why are you not doing just complete circles around the property constantly, working your way out, or just looking? Daniel did. Well, okay, sure. But what about the mum?
No, she took off the next day.
That ain't a mum. Sorry. My mum would never do that.
Enough said. Right?
She would stay in that forest until her feet fell off. Genuinely. Not just so the mum definitely knows the kids are not in the forest, and that she's either put them somewhere or they got taken somewhere where she knows. And that's it. That's what I'm saying. And in my logic, anyway, I could be wrong, but I'm just going off what my mum would do.
Yeah, but she's gone.
And logic. Yeah. So the fact that she left, that's just not a good thing to show.
Okay, now so to put that a little bit into perspective. They wanted Baby Meadow. CPS wanted Baby Meadow off the property because 2 children are now missing. And so Malaya didn't have to leave the property, but everything's about Meadow. Now,
so why couldn't the mum give Meadow the grandma to look after while she goes out into the forest and look?
Well, that's just it. Right. No. She hightailed her ass out of there. So this is why now, thanks to Daniel's information and thanks to Sloan Bella, I had all these pieces, right? Well, me and Charmaine. But Charmaine wasn't here when we were watching Sloan Bella. But as soon, because we've all been thinking about all these different things, but we knew that Malaya's interview was just odd beyond belief, right?
Yeah.
And with Daniel, okay, well, let me just do this for a second. Let me bring this back up to stage.
And I don't want to go through that another night without them.
Oh, okay, here's one of those things.
And
Hold on.
they do have certain. It's been raining and they're probably soaking wet. But
Listen.
with the sun today, I'm hopeful that they are feeling warm.
Okay. It's raining yesterday, but with the sun today, I'm just hopeful that they're feeling
Now I'm looking at it more like, why is she wasting her time talking to the news people? If she knows it's raining, why is she not out there? Even more urgency, to be honest, trying to find them because it's raining.
Yeah, well, it was so on May 2nd. It was raining, right?
Okay, when's she doing this voice thing?
The next day.
It doesn't matter. She shouldn't be talking to them. I'd be out in the forest still trying to find them if they did wander out
on there. But anyways, yeah. So now, so I'm saying that okay, she's full of shit. Let's just call a spade a spade. This woman, I can tell you now, I believe she's absolutely full of shit. Like to the nth degree. She's a Carly Russell. Because honestly, when I was watching Sloan Bella, okay, and I know she's a psychic, but I'm saying is that it was almost like everything, all these puzzle pieces that I had from Daniel conversations and from Belinda's, and it just all made sense. Everything just went whoop, because I always tried to think of it like, okay, so how could Daniel not know? So if I believe Daniel, which me and Charmaine always wanted to believe, and then we start flip-flopping because we're just like, what the hell? I'm trying to understand the story, right? Why is Daniel, the stepdad, out searching for the kids?
And she isn't.
And she isn't. No, but he, right? I like how Sloan said it. He does it basically. She's basically going sideways on him. And he's unfortunately being so naive to what's going on here. No, don't get me wrong. He knows what's going on here. But he believes that Malaya is innocent in all of this. That, right?
I don't know. Like I said, I've only seen 30 minutes of this story. I'm just pointing out what stands out to me, to be honest. And if that guy is going around looking, then it's either he's doing stuff what you would normally do as a normal human, is go out and look. Okay. Maybe he's not included in this little scheme. Maybe she did it behind his back, or maybe, I don't know. But
you know what? That's exactly what's going to probably be going on here. I'll tell you that.
Maybe he is genuinely just trying to look, because that's what a normal person would do, is go out and look, because that's the only thing you can do is go out and look. It's part of the whole story that you go out and look, I'll make a story up to the news and then disappear so I can't get asked any more questions. But I'm just going off what normal people would do, is both of them will be out looking for them, because that's the only thing you can do, really.
So husband, let me just show you a little bit of Daniel Martell, okay? And as a man, because we're not men, so you women, okay, as a man, if you were crying and you were on camera, tell me would you want tears to be rolling down your face, or do you try to kind of cover it up and try not to? Because, men usually don't like
men are not allowed to show emotion, so you're going to try and hide as much as you can, I assume.
I'm just asking you from a man's point.
Well, yeah, to be honest. You don't try to show emotion. It's like weakness, isn't it, really?
My husband, I know for a fact, would be acting the same way that Daniel Martell acts. You're looking for tears, but I see his eyes are watered up. But I know him for a fact, my husband would do the exact same thing. And I've seen a ton of other guys do it that way too. Now, you guys, I'm just telling you right now that the light bulb totally went off the other day. All the information that we have just fell into freaking puzzle pieces, now became a complete puzzle. The only thing I'm not sure of is what was truly the reason behind this what I'm going to deem as a hoax, pretty much, with Malaya. And that's hypothetically, allegedly, blah, 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 right? It's just speculation on that stuff. Okay, here's
We're all
Daniel.
filled with pain and sorrow because it's
Yes.
just.
Yeah,
But there's
Malaya.
always.
The last few days are very stressful. I mean, ever since the Friday morning, when we noticed that the children were gone, immediately jumped in the vehicle, surveyed all the areas, many dirt roads, many culverts as I could, and waited for the police to get there. I'm out here still searching, still fighting to try to find them. That's all I can do.
The message is still, if anyone knows anything.
If anybody knows anything, just come forward as soon as possible. 2 little kids are still out there. I want to find them. That's really all I can do. Still searching every day. I'm waiting for information. I have to let them do a lot of their stuff with the aircrafts and everything else, and dogs and searchers. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be coordinated, and I can't just go running through the woods. I want to, but I just can't right now because the search is just so far out. We were searching. We covered everywhere possible. Even in the first day, we did. Even with me running through the woods, I was ahead of the helicopters and ahead of the drones and stuff like that. Screaming as loud as I can, until my throat hurt. Running through water that was up to my waist. And as soon as I got back, I wasn't allowed back in the woods until a man dressed in a military outfit said I could go back into the woods.
4 days into the search for his missing stepkids, Lily and Jack Sullivan, Daniel Martell is pleading with the public to keep their eyes peeled. But he has begun to lose hope they are anywhere in the vicinity.
They hate being wet and cold, so they immediately would have came right back into the house. The only 2 prints are right beside the house facing the road, and then that's it.
Martell wants the search to be extended to include provincial borders in case the children were abducted, a reality he says is becoming more and more likely.
Post any officers they can get at the New Brunswick border, PI border, and get them at every airport possible.
Martell confirmed that when the 2 children went missing from the home behind me, Lily was wearing a pink shirt and pink rain boots. She was also carrying a white backpack with strawberries on it. Martell says although he didn't see Jack that morning, he is believed to be wearing a brown shirt, brown pants with a pull-up diaper on underneath, and blue rain boots with dinosaurs on them. He also refuted the claim that the 2 children are nonverbal, saying while they are on the autism spectrum, they are quite trusting and say hi to everyone. According to Martell, his side of the family are currently the only ones at ground zero after Lily and Jack's mother left the county Saturday. But still, he remains, begging anyone with answers to come forward and bring his children home safe.
Anybody who has any information, or you think you've seen something or hear something, or any messages from friends about hearing something, just contact your local police services. Anything, guys, anything.
We'll leave it at that part because there is more interviews that he did where he asked for a polygraph test. He wanted everyone to do a polygraph test. He says he's taken one. I actually believe him, and I believe that he passed, as a matter of fact. But then again, me and Charmaine have more information than the public does when it comes to some other things. But bottom line is, do you believe him? What do you think about Daniel?
I believe him. He's obviously, that was like way more emotional, way more like legit than the mother's plead. But when he was saying that they were clothed in what they were wearing, what time did they disappear? What did you said it was 8? Was it 8 p.m. or a.m.?
8 a.m. Is when they last saw Lily and Jack, but they didn't report them until close to 10 o'clock. One second. Jane says, I'm sick of the mother. I didn't care what anyone says. I would turn over everything. Stone, something is terribly wrong. Absolutely. I think for me, the light is clear now. I'm not even second guessing myself anymore. I think that this is a total manipulation going on here. And like I said, because me and Charmaine have had the information and we shared it with you guys, not all of it, but a good chunk of it, okay? And honestly, if we listen to Sloan, which I know that I'm not going to make you listen to that, but unless you want to stay for it, but we're talking about a good 40 minutes of time that I'm going to be playing here. He's a bit aggressive. Well, like I said, all I'm going to do is lay out the Sloane's. Okay. And the reason I say that is because I always have had it in my head that I believe Daniel. But if I believe Daniel, that means, well, if I didn't believe Malaya, how was I to believe Daniel? I've tried to look at it from how Malaya could have done this. I could have looked at it how Daniel could have done this separately, or both of them. But Daniel's messages, and then when I listened to Sloane give her reading, it was exactly kind of what I thought possibly happened, because Daniel has made case. So the day that the children went missing, okay, this is what Daniel says happened. Okay. So again, you guys, I'm just telling you what Daniel said, regardless if you believe it or not. So basically, Daniel is out and he's yelling for the kids, Jack and Lily. Malaya is like whatever outside there, and he's running around the house and he's yelling their names. That's when Janie comes out of her camper, okay? When she hears Daniel yelling for the kids, what's going on? Janie tells Daniel, which is Daniel's mother is Janie, that lives on the property as well. She says that Malaya looked like as if she got her hand caught in a cookie jar. She was on her phone, and that she was not even yelling for Jack and Lily. And it's almost like there was no emotion there. She basically, she had this look when Janie came out of the camper, more like a look of worry, going, "Oh shit," type of thing, right? And so she's on her phone. Another thing Daniel says, Malaya's mother lives an hour and 16 minutes away. So he says that the police got there, the RCMP got there 12 minutes after the phone call. Malaya's mother got there about 16 minutes after the phone call. How is that possible, he says, Daniel, if she lives an hour and 16 minutes away? So picture this, if you will, right? Now, we don't know exactly what went on with Malaya. She was up, right? But through this and through to what Sloane Bella says too, it just all matched exactly what the information was matching for the most part, right? There's maybe a couple things that you're kind of going, who, what? Okay, but other than that, it was almost like someone just reading the storyline in a sense, but going deeper in a sense, when somebody is, someone can read articles all they want and portray something, but when somebody goes like a couple levels more down and you're like, she wouldn't have known all this. It's not like Sloane's just following this case, right? She does cases. I've watched her for many years before. I kind of totally forgot about her. I happened to be lying in bed with my iPad and I was like, wait, Sloane Bella did a read on this? Oh my God, because she's one of those ones, like I think about Aphrodite, that she's just right blunt to the force. What she says. She doesn't hold back. And she lost her son. No, that's not why because she was doing it well before she lost her son. She ended up losing her son when he was, I think, 18 or 19 in a motorcycle accident. And that was so horrific because it was during a time that I was watching her and then this happened. But anyways, I like people when they're no shit. Like, you know what? Cut the shit. That's how I feel about this channel, right? You just cut the shit, get to the facts of it, and put that out there. And then after that, start talking about things and that, none of this fluffy stuff to go with it when it comes to the facts. But anyway, so yeah, so Daniel's had said stuff to Charmaine. Belinda has told us stuff. We know certain information. But the thing that I've noticed, and I think some of you guys might have noticed this too, like we know that Daniel and Malaya both were kind of pushing this abduction theory, right? Daniel's like, they're not finding anything in the woods. Like you would have at least probably found Jack's nappy because it was raining, or Lily's backpack, but there's nothing, right? There's two kids, nothing. So that's why he was starting to think abduction. Okay.
So sorry, just to go to the beginning of that morning again. Mm-hmm. You're saying that the kids left at what, 8 a.m. by themselves? Is that what the thing is?
No, the kids, according to the parents. Right.
So, and who was there on that whole site?
Malaya, Daniel, the three kids. So baby Meadow, Lily, Jack, and Jamie. not Justin. Justin lives on a property down the way.
And
okay?
who's that other person?
Justin is Daniel's brother.
No. Who is just on that site of the morning? Who was there?
That's what I told you. I saw Daniel, Malaya, and Janie. Janie is Daniel's mother, and then the kids. That was.
And then the mother lives in the same the same house.
She lives in the trailer. Let's see. Does it show in this? 1 second. Let me see if they show it.
Okay, so that means the dad and the mom were in the house with the kids.
Right.
And then they kept saying were they both coming in and out of being asleep?
Sounds like it. Sounds like
so
it.
So the kids got up and dressed themselves.
Or they were never undressed.
Oh no, but he's saying that the kids were wearing this and then the girl was wearing a backpack with strawberries on it or something.
Okay.
I'm like, why is she wearing all of that early in the morning?
So let me
obviously they're awake to see the kids walk out the door.
So let me clarify that for you. Okay. So according to Daniel, right, even though the article says Malaya and Tim both saw Lily come in the thing, but articles can be wrong. Don't get me wrong, they can be. It happens all the time. But anyways, so Daniel specifically said that Malaya popped her head into the room a couple of times. So he knew Lily. Sorry. So Lily is the 6-year-old that she'd come into the bedroom a couple of times. They basically had said to tone it down because the baby Meadow is trying to sleep. So he saw that she was wearing a pink top. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Right. So so this is what's weird too, is that Malaya sends Belinda a message, but granted, the message to Belinda is at 3:59, and Malaya lays out the fact of a backpack, the boots, the freaking clothes, and dark colors for Jack. Okay, so that's at 3:59. So we all know that this happened in the morning. So maybe before Daniel, I'm just trying to look at this logically, possibly before Daniel talked about the brown outfit and nappy and all that stuff was on the 5th. Okay, so there's a message on the 4th that Belinda had said that the cousin told her when she was on the property, that the cousin told her that Daniel and I believe the cousin had gone through Jack's clothes to realize what was missing. So wait, but Malaya's already messaged that to Belinda on the 2nd, right, at 3:59. She didn't say brown, but she said dark colored clothes, right? How would you know that? Now, as for the boots, right? So the bottom line there is that, well, the boots and that were missing. So is it possible that after that they noticed Lily's strawberry thing? I'm calling some bullshit here. Definitely going on. They're definitely bullshitting the timeline. Okay.
Yeah, the timeline makes zero sense.
Right.
And if like you can't say the mum took them somewhere because obviously she was there in the morning when the kids went missing, and same with the stepdad. If I don't know, just none of it makes sense. So if the mum was awake asleep, sure, whatever.
Yeah.
And then what was he doing? Doing the same thing? Awake asleep in the morning?
Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah.
And then you said the other lady, grandma or something, lives in the trailer just outside the house.
Yes, Janie. And that so just picture where this trailer ends here on your right. There's a trailer. There's a 5th wheel that's behind.
Is it behind the building or in front where the cars are?
I mean, I can find a picture. I just thought that I keep seeing it on this thing, but maybe I'm wrong. I thought that we saw it kind of on this clipping here. But seems like I'm wrong.
And then, because I don't know all of it, but I mean, so when they were, because the mum said that they opened the door and then they were playing outside.
Yeah, this door. You know, the one that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, well, that door, by the way, I've installed and repaired a lot of those, and that house is kind of run down. And those doors do not get easy to open once they get old. And how old are the kids?
4 and 6.
If that door's fully closed, a 6-year-old ain't opening that door if it's old. Those wheels at the bottom collapse. And the 6-year-old's got to break the suction of the door and then open it. I don't know. But anyway, if the kids are allowed to play outside,
which the one narrative for sure that Malaya is pushing, and you guys can see it in the text that she sent to Belinda. You can see it in the interview, and you can see that narrative. Malaya is totally pushing this narrative.
she knows that they've been taken somewhere. The way she's talking, it's just all about abducted, not that they've walked off into the woods.
Yes.
But then you're saying that the grandma is outside, and you said that the grandma was there when they came out or something. What was it? How did she find out?
So as Daniel was running around outside screaming for Jack and Lily, Janie comes out of her camper, and then as Daniel's doing that, then Daniel says that his mom told him that Malaya, that when Janie comes out of the camper, Malaya's outside, right? Daniel's running around trying to yell for the kids and whatever. Janie said that Malaya looked like she was basically a deer in headlights, as if she got caught for doing something, right?
Well, that could be down to shock as well. Like you just don't believe that your kids have disappeared.
No, but listen, husband. Okay?
Yeah.
So on top of that, not only is she doesn't realize possibly that Janie is actually home, and then goes, oh shit. She's playing on her phone as well. And Janie says that she
And who's saying all this?
Janie, you're not listening to me, husband.
No, I am. I'm trying to remember who these people are.
Janie is Daniel's mother that lives on the property. Got it? Okay. So we're talking about Daniel, Malaya, and Janie. Those only for adults on the property. So as Janie comes out, she sees that Malaya has this look, not of worry, only worry that it's like, oh shit, Janie's home, right? And so as Daniel's running around, Janie tells Daniel that basically Malaya's acting odd. She's not showing any emotion, as if her kids are missing, that she's not yelling for her own kids type of thing.
She's not out with the guy.
No, she's just, again, according to Daniel, from what his mom told him, that she was just acting odd, strange. Now, so on top of that, you have to think, how did Malaya's mom get there? Like at the speed of lightning when she lives an hour and 16 minutes away and get there in like about, let's just say 16, 20 minutes time? How? It's not possible. Unless,
has anyone spoken to her?
Well, of course the RCMP would have.
No, I'm just saying maybe she was already on the way just by coincidence.
What? Yeah, you think so? You honestly think that she's on her way?
At what time was this again?
Well, the police were called at close to 10, so let's give or take to 10:30 max.
Okay.
So they got there.
And how often does she visit the place?
Don't know, but she doesn't like Daniel. Malaya's mom doesn't like Daniel.
Right.
Because, yeah.
So the other lady in the trailer around the corner living there, and she's the one who's saying what she saw, like Daniel running around and then the other lady just doing nothing and playing on her phone. Is she the one saying this?
Yeah. Daniel's mother is saying that Malaya was acting odd. Like, it's almost like she is, like, basically everything that you wouldn't do.
So if she's playing on her phone, maybe she's messaging the people saying, are they safe though? Are they safe? Maybe she knows.
Or maybe she's messaging her mother. Who knows? We don't know this.
Maybe.
Let me tell you this. I'll tell you this right now. The RCMP are not stupid. Because when this all comes around, trust me, I bet you any money there's going to be shit flying from her side of the family. Absolutely. But you know what? The RCMP...
Just go to the time again. So like 8 a.m.-ish. And then she's on her phone pretending to do nothing, right?
No.
Who's saying it's 8 a.m.?
They are.
The grandma?
Oh, listen. Okay. So listen. Okay. Ready? 6:18 in the morning. Malaya uses Daniel's phone to call the kids in sick. Right? And then So we don't know what happens in between that time. What we do know is on the dispatch audio is where the RCMP officer says that they were last seen at 8 o'clock in the bedroom. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Next thing you know, the next time we hear is Malaya says to Belinda at 9:40 is when she called the police. But in the public, we hear that the RCMP saying that it's around 10 o'clock. Okay, 9:40, 10 o'clock. All right. So 10 o'clock. So if they were last seen at 8 o'clock or heard, right, is that when they were seen? Obviously, there's no 20-minute time frame that, because here, you know what, let me play out something, husband. Okay?
No, just one sec. So, I don't, maybe it's different in America, but if you're calling your kids in sick at 6 o'clock, is anybody at the school at that time to call them in sick?
No, you're going to get an answering machine, husband.
So you're just leaving it like a voicemail, okay?
Yeah. And Daniel says he has proof of that, like the 6.
No, that's fine. But I'm just saying, though, if they know at that point that the kids are either missing or they are sick or whatever, and then they're saying that the last time they seen the kids was at 8 o'clock, and then what time did the police show up?
Just after 10 o'clock, about 12 after.
So that's more than enough time then for her grandma, was it, to get there? Because if she's seen them in the morning and went, oh no, the kids ain't here, she's now on the way, obviously, to come help. And then 2 hours later, the police show up, and it's an hour and 16-minute drive for her.
No, she has no clue. The grandma has no clue that the children are even missing.
Oh, okay.
They don't even know. Do you understand, husband? Is that 8 o'clock is when they're telling the RCMP that that's the last time they heard them. Because why? Because their asses were sleeping in and out of consciousness.
And then what time was her mum? Her mum was told.
Obviously, probably it would have to be around the time that they realized that the children were missing at about 9:40. Do you understand? I know it's confusing, baby.
No, I'm just trying to figure out the time of her getting there, and obviously, if you're gonna tell your family before the police. I don't know. The people are weird.
Oh, okay.
I'm just trying to figure it all out.
Well, if you let me play the video, I would show you it actually. So that's why, But I want to let you ask your questions. But a lot of what you're asking is stuff that I have already in the video that I'm going to get. So do you want to stay around for that a little bit, husband?
Sure.
You don't have to if you don't want, but it's a very This is one of those ones that once you see the light of this one, you actually see who the true liar is, and that Daniel is actually being honest about everything, really, besides the timeline. Okay, they're totally fudging that because obviously, but if she did something with those children, he ain't gonna get charged with shit because she's the one that's going to be found playing the freaking games. This children abducted stuff. When really, chances are, hypothetically, allegedly, etc., is that she was playing this game the whole time, and basically making it to look like Daniel was the bad person. Hence why she took off the next day after this mother that everyone knows that doesn't like Daniel, and Malaya didn't even want to be near her mother. In fact, she had this conversation with Daniel that she wanted nothing to do with her mother. So how does that make sense, right? And the thing is, this is about looking at this case, and then all of a sudden that lightning bolt goes off, and you're going, now I get it. Now I see it. I see it for what it is now. Thank you, Sloan, because it was because of Sloan, and it's not because I wasn't thinking about it, but when I listened to her, all the puzzle pieces that I have for information just went plink, 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 plink. And that's why. So now for me, I know that Daniel's not the bullshitter here. This is going to be something to do with the mother and being manipulative and doing something with those children behind Daniel's back. And this is going to be one of those things like a Carly Russell that it ends up being a bunch of bullshit. Right? But anyways, let me play you guys. And I'm sorry, you guys. Thanks everyone for being in here. Again, these cases cases are very passionate to me. Anytime I follow a case, I get very emotionally involved in it for sure, because these are children, right? These are children. You don't f with children. Simple as that. And you sure don't make a mockery of a joke of this with trolls and all those people that do stuff like that. It's about children. This is Belinda's grandbabies and other family members that are truly, wanting answers and stuff like that. I take it very seriously. Anyways, you guys, thank you guys. Please hit that like and the shared. Please never do it for the sake of the channel. Always do it for the sake of the murdered and the missing. And in this case, it's Jack and Lily. Okay, guys? Appreciate that. Belinda appreciates that. And that's all she's asking for, is just please keep sharing their faces. Just want answers. Just want answers. That's why she's been so giving with all this information. Okay? And, okay, so let me present that then, what I got. And, okay. Now, at the start of this, husband, just know that the information was put out there like this, but that doesn't make it correct, okay? This is about Jack and Lily Sullivan searching for answers, a grandmother's love. All she asks is that we keep sharing their pictures, so please hit that like and the share. Lily Sullivan is 6 years old and her brother Jack Sullivan is 4. They were reported missing around 10 a.m. on May 2nd of 2025, Friday, where they were last seen on Gairloch Road in Lansdowne Station, Nova Scotia. Police believe that the siblings wandered away from their home and say that there was no information to suggest that they were abducted. However, the children's stepfather is starting to think otherwise. Hardly any evidence at all since the first day. It's mind-boggling that nothing else was found, said Daniel Martell. Daniel Martell has been dating the children's mother, Malaya Brooks Murray, for 3 years, and they have an 18-month-old together. Martell says that Lily and Jack never go into the woods by themselves. He describes them as vulnerable and autistic. We never cross the road. We have cabins we built up in the woods, and that's where usually as far as we take them, he says. Daniel Martell says he and Malaya Brooks Murray asked Lily and Jack to quiet down on Friday morning to let the baby sleep. We were in the room laying down. Me, Malaya, the baby Meadow, and Lily poked her head in a couple of times, seeing that she was wearing a pink t-shirt. And we usually don't like them to be too loud because they were going to wake up the baby. We want the baby to get as much sleep as possible, he says. He estimated it took up to 20 minutes to notice that the 2 children were gone. She went out of the room and I could hear Jack out in the kitchen. A few minutes went by, I heard nothing. Got up, went out in the kitchen, checked everything. I seen that they weren't there. Checked their bedroom, and they weren't there, he says. So I looked out into the backyard. That's the only other place that they would go, and their boots were gone. The sliding door was closed. Usually I don't close the door. I usually have to remind them to close the door over and over. Martell says he then jumped into his vehicle and started looking for them. I searched every dirt road and searched every culvert as fast as I could until I got back and seen the RCMP there, and they wouldn't let me back in the woods until there was a guy dressed in military gear. He allowed me to jump back into the woods, so I jumped back the fence and I continued my search, he says. The house is just silent. There's no magic in the air. It's just silence. That's really all I can say. Martell says the only concrete clue so far is a boot print that was found on the edge of the property. RCMP haven't shared any additional information. Malaya Brooks Murray spoke with CTV Atlantic over the weekend and pleaded for their safe return. She said that they are not typically the type of children who would go outside on their own. I just want to remain hopeful, but there's always in a mother's mind, you're always thinking the worst, said Malaya Brooks Murray. Pictou County's Donnie Parker says that the whole community is concerned for the children. That's all that's on anyone's mind, just hoping for the best, he said. It's not something that happens very often, and you just hope and pray that they find them as soon as they can. The RCMP describes Lily as having shoulder-length light brown hair with bangs. The 4 said she might be wearing a pink sweater, pink pants, and pink boots. Jack has short blondish hair and was wearing blue dinosaur boots. Police have said no other clothing description is available. It's been over a month now. and no signs of Jack and Lily. Please help do your part and like and share. Where is Jack and Lily?
Families brought us to a location.
Now stop it there just for a minute, okay? Because it goes into this, and then we'll go into Sloan Bella soon enough, guys, okay? We're just going to play some of the audio, just a very tiny bit of this. Now, I'm telling you, Malaya, if you look at those texts again, right, between Malaya and Belinda, you're going to see that she's totally pushing a narrative. Not only is she telling about the clothes, she keeps using this term of that they're always supervised, and she double talks herself, just like she did in there. There was definitely misinformation going on there, because, well, meaning not misinformation, probably the truth, is that, yeah, he says he got up and then realized they were gone in like 20 minutes. This ain't no 20-minute thing that happened here. There's definitely deception going on. But if you look at those texts, you'll constantly see Malaya keeps using these terms of that under our supervision. She says right off the top to Belinda, right, that the children went missing, and about the sliding glass door being silent, right? She's totally pushing this narrative. And it's clear as day now exactly. Well, it's not like it wasn't clear as day that this narrative was being pushed, but I'm telling you, when you look at all of it now and the stuff that Daniel was saying, it's just, like I said, all like a puzzle piece, just going bloop, 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 bloop. Thank you so much. But she's been pushing the narrative since day one. And Daniel, he was thinking the same thing, right? But sadly, what Daniel doesn't realize is that he's underneath her spell, sadly, right? And that's why he had us take down our one live, because he was too busy trying to protect Malaya. How about Jack and Lily? Okay, stay focused there, Daniel. It's Jack and Lily all the way. You know, Malaya, she's playing games with you. I'm telling you guys this now. So you can very much see clearly that Malaya keeps using these things. Even when she's talking in that interview, all she keeps saying is how much that the children talk and talk. They don't understand stranger danger. Talk, Malaya. The way that she talked to Belinda, same thing. It's all these little things that you catch in there that they normally don't go to the road, or they normally. Now, the Daphne said too, just like Daniel said, the children don't go out in the woods. So why this day would they decide to break every rule, go through a sliding silent glass door, and then all of a sudden just disappear? It stinks and it reeks of bullshit is what it is. That's what I'm saying. And this is just my own opinion personally. So husband, that was just kind of the gist, but there's a lot of inaccuracies. I feel like totally, maybe Daniel has said the truth to the RCMP. We don't know that, but this was what was said at the time. It was almost like both of them were sleeping. Daniel says that Lily came in, and I believe him when he says that, that Lily came in, popped it. She was wearing a pink top or whatever. And then in a later interview, after he's rummaging through the clothes and realized, because, you know, how many clothes maybe do they have? Maybe they don't have a ton, who knows? But either or, you can definitely see, well, here's the stepfather. The mother bails, right? She talks to her mother for a moment, and then she's just gone that next day on the 3rd, right? This mother that can't stand Daniel, that basically his interpretation of this is that her mother, Cindy, cannot stand to see her happy with Daniel. And basically anything she can do to basically bash him, knock him down. Now, we don't know how great this relationship was or wasn't. He might have been seeing stars and she might have been seeing claws. Who knows, right? For that. But anyway, so I'm going to play this little piece of audio. And the part I think we're listening to, Malaya claims that pink blanket is Lily's. Daniel says, no, it's not. So Daniel, again, probably telling the truth. Malaya, she's probably, hypothetically, allegedly, is being like, yeah, that's Lily's. You know, because they're abducted, remember? They're abducted. So there's a pink thing that she's claimed. As a mother, you would know if that's your blanket. I don't care how small that piece is. You're going to know. A mother's going to know what blanket's the father's, different story, okay? Mothers, we know exactly what blankies you have, okay? There's a difference there. So men, fact, mothers know. Dads, they don't pay attention so much, okay? It's just normal. Okay, so hold on.
Station there, not far away, that there's a piece of a blanket which the mother says she believes it belongs to her daughter. It's just off the road here. I don't know if you do PU status, you'll see where Bravo 3 and Bravo 8 are.
Friday morning, I've heard so many conflicting reports. As you'll hear, or you might have just heard, one dispatcher is saying they were last seen at 8 a.m.
in the bedroom 8 o'clock this morning, and they haven't been seen since then. I need to get a good statement and figure stuff out.
Okay, so
Corporal McGinnis, can you copy? So do PU status, you'll see where Bravo 3 and Bravo 8 are.
Friday.
Wearing blue dinosaur boots. Police have said no other clothing description is available. Play that part 'cause it's hard to hear. Been over a month now, and
just off the road here. I don't know if you do PU status, you'll see where Bravo 3 and Bravo 8 are.
Friday morning, I've heard so many conflicting reports. As you'll hear, or you might have just heard, one dispatcher is saying they were last seen at 8 a.m.
in the bedroom 8 o'clock this morning, and they haven't been seen since then. I need to get a good statement and figure stuff out.
Okay, so it was said that at 8 p.m. they were last seen in their bedroom. That's what was said, okay? I can hear it a lot more clearly than what it seems to be coming out here. But again, you guys can just go back to that. But we all know that on the different dispatches that are out there that you hear about the 8 a.m. time, okay? So that's when they were last seen in the house, apparently. So that's why they determined it like from 8 o'clock onwards, that these children could have went 6.6 kilometers. A 6 and a 4-year-old could have traveled that far, because now we're looking at over the 2-hour mark at this point. Okay, right? By the time that they called it in, by the time that they got search and rescue going and stuff like that. So that's what they deemed. Trust me, honey. This surrounding area ain't no 4 and 6-year-old going too far in that. Lily has a voice that's ear piercing, right? When she's screaming, there's no way that these children went into those woods and nothing has been found. So I call that one a wash. They're not out there, guys. They're not in the woods, right? I think most of you guys will agree with that. Okay, they can't find nothing. Daniel Martell, he believes the same thing. Like, they haven't found anything. So I'm not going to look to Malaya, of course, because that's my better other half. So it has to be an abduction. But don't get me wrong, okay? Daniel's not a dumbass either. So let me play some more.
Corporal McGinnis, can you copy there? I think your corporal's spotty. Was that you I heard on here that was going to do a search of the residence again?
Audio.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. They were going to do the property and the residence again.
Copy that.
Property and the residence again. Copy, and just for everyone's awareness, based on the profile, the children could have traveled at least 6 kilometers. So keep that in mind.
Sergeant Young, for your awareness there, media release has been put out and a non-intrusive alert has been sent out to Pictou County.
Perfect, thank you.
At 8 o'clock a.m. that
Just staying as hopeful as possible. I want them home. I want to hold them. And I want them home. What happened was we woke up, I heard them playing in the next room beside us, and I was drifting in and out of sleep, and they're not the type of kids that we tell them not to go outside on their own. We always make sure that we're out there with them, watching them, and they happen to just get out that sliding door, and we can't hear it when it opens, and they were outside playing. But
Husband, do you see the narrative, kind of what I'm talking about? She's pushing about they just happen to get out, the silent, basically, door underneath of our supervision, that they never go outside unless.
I know.
Yeah.
It is.
So this was all part of my thing, so I'm playing it again. Now you're gonna.
Yeah.
We weren't aware of it at the time, and the next thing we knew, it was quiet, and we get up and I tell him, my partner, Daniel, I tell him, do you hear the kids? And he says, no. And we get up instantly. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them. And I instantly just call 911. I just had the instinct I needed to call.
So she didn't instantly call 911 the way I'm taking that now, because she looks to Daniel and says, do you think I should call 911? And he basically F-bombs and said, what do you think? Here, the kids are missing. And so he's the one that, according to Daniel, okay, he's the one. She asks him, should I call him? But she's saying, it's just a mother's instinct. You know, I felt something.
Yeah.
So I think this is all part of the game. Do you think I should call 911? And so for him to say, well, yeah. And then, oh, okay, I'm going to call 911. But what were you going to say?
No, I was just thinking what I would do anyway is, if you woke up and your kids are missing, you'll go and get Meadow, give it the grandma straight away, go please look after her for a second, and both of you are out in the forest running around trying to find them.
Yeah, that's not what happened though, according to Daniel.
I know.
Yeah.
But
So-
Daniel went out looking.
Yes. Yeah, like I said, I see this clearly now.
Daniel seems like way more legit and way more like emotionally invested, whereas she's just like, maybe it's just the way she talks, maybe it's shock, I don't know, but it's like, oh no, my kids have gone missing, and what I said to Daniel was, you must call like, I don't know, it just seems very robotic.
Like a story?
Yeah, like I don't know, maybe it's just the way she talks, I don't know, maybe it's shock, I don't know, but Daniel seems to be out in the rain searching everything he can and anything he can and will, type of thing, whereas
And where's Malaya?
and exactly, like, why wouldn't you give Meadow to the grandma and be out there with Daniel looking around? Because if they have got abducted, then I guess they have, but you can't do nothing about that. You can search the forest. So why did you not go, please watch Meadow, kids are missing, we're out in the forest right now searching, and maybe get the grandma to call the police at the same time, so you're not wasting time talking to a police. That's
what a normal person would probably do, though. A normal person.
Literally, I don't know the grandma's name, I've already forgot it, but
Janie.
You go, Janie, kids are missing, please call the police, please watch Meadow, we're going to look for them right now.
No.
That in my eyes, that's what I would do. I'm not saying everyone else would do the same thing, but
I think most of us in here would do that. Most of us in here would be freaking out beyond belief.
Yeah.
So these children have not come back for a full day, and this is the interview you're going to give. I just hope they're warm in the sun.
It doesn't. That part of it seems so disconnected from your kids have been taken or run off.
Because you're not going to say that I hope they're warm if you think they've been abducted. You're going to say that if you think that they're out in the woods and they're cold. And you hope that they're warm. If they're with an abductor, they're either in a vehicle, in a dungeon, in a basement. That's where they're going to be. They're not going to be out in some freaking pool in an abductor's yard. I just hope they're warm. So she's referring to outside, and then she's also, because the thing is that if you're not used to lying, and then you have to sit there, just like Carly Russell there, the one that we showed you at the beginning, right? Her story just folded like a ton of bricks. Because why? She just started making shit up as it was coming along to her, in a sense. But the thing is that it didn't mesh. And that's how I feel it is here. Like I said, the freaking light bulb just finally went off, and all those pieces we have now, because I was just too busy going, okay, if it's Daniel that did it by himself, okay, if it's Malaya, okay, if it's both of them, knowing full well for me that this is family involvement for sure, right? They're not out in the woods. I think that's been proven now pretty much, right? And like they did in Sebastian's case, well, if you need us again, if there's ever a good lead, we'll come back and look. Yeah, it's because there's nothing there. I'll tell you that. And again, she doesn't realize when she's saying things like, and I tell Daniel, do you hear the kids? No one says, do I tell you? She goes on about how yappy these kids are, in a sense. instead of, which is looked at like almost like downing them, like yap yap yap. They go into a store and it's almost like someone that is just waiting to answer another question, then another one pops, and that's when she kind of goes to the, well, we thank them for their support and everything that they could have been abducted, you never know. I'm just going to say that a little softer, like, so I'm not going to make it sound the same way I just finished talking, because if you're guilty, well, you never know. They could have been. They just could have been. Anyways.
Go lucky children. They're so sweet. They talk to anyone. They'll talk your ear off. They will speak to anyone in a store. Everyone. They're just extremely sweet kids. I appreciate the huge search effort going on right now. But we've been pushing for an Amber Alert, which hasn't been issued. Not just that they could possibly be abducted, which it is a possibility that they could have been, but just an alert to let everyone know that they are missing. We had people text me saying that they weren't aware someone else let them know that they were missing, and it would just be nice if everyone could be alerted. We thought maybe that we found tracks, but it's still uncertain. It's been raining and they're probably soaking wet, but with the sun today, I'm hopeful that they are feeling warm. We're all filled with pain and sorrow because we just want them found. We want them home. Everyone loves them. They are definitely verbal, and they do have possible autism, but it's not extreme autism. It's
possible autism, right? And everyone just wants them home. Honey, not once in this interview did she say Jack and Lily's name. Not once did she beg for them. Like, please, if somebody has my child, please, nothing.
She seems so just disconnected as a mom in the whole thing, the way she's talking.
Okay, so to add a little bit more to that, according to Daniel, and what he had said to Belinda was that, so after having baby Meadow, that it was way worse than postpartum depression, right? So basically that Malaya had disconnected from Jack and Lily, and everything became about Meadow, and that, again, she's in postpartum depression. Men could never understand this. Even I understand depression like most of you guys, but to understand postpartum depression, that's a whole nother level of deeper depression. And a lot of times this happens where that they disconnect from their children because of this. So think about that, meaning that Belinda said when Malaya was with her son, Cody, that it was almost like a gift, that she was just meant to be a mother, right? You saw great pictures of the children. Belinda had no clue because she hasn't seen the kids in 2 years, because Malaya kept saying that she was going to bring the kids, and that how it goes, right? All of a sudden they start distancing themselves in a sense, meaning like Malaya, and then she's with Daniel, and they're having their life, and they start distancing in a sense, and that. But yeah. So according to Daniel telling Belinda that, like I said, she's going through this worse than postpartum depression. She's pushing Jack and Lily away, and that basically, we'll get into this. Again, it's just words, but I'm sorry, but everything, the clear writing's on the wall now, what's going on here. It took Sloan to just nail her read, that it was like listening to someone. I've been read by psychics, but only 2 ever stuck out because they were so awesome. It was like being inside your brain. That's how this felt with Sloan Bella. Like she's literally like living it and telling us what's going on. That's how it felt, knowing full well that she's not invested in this case like this channel or like a lot of the other channels that have a lot of information. And she doesn't have the information. She would have not, I'm sure, I can guarantee you, she would have not seen these text messages from Daniel and from Belinda and from Malaya to Belinda. These are all recent. Okay. But anyways, so if that gives you a little bit more that she was this, God sent, Belinda put it, And then when Belinda saw the home, it's because somebody in the family shared to her about the story, and she couldn't believe that that's where that they were living. Like, she had no clue where they were, that they were even living there, or where they were living exactly. So it was a big shock to her to learn of this all, and learn for the first time that sorry guys, but it is what it is. It's a run down, dilapidated home. It's Janie. It's owned by Daniel's mother, the property on there. But anyways, okay.
Just they have issues with school, and they don't catch up with the other kids. I just want to remain hopeful.
Just hopeful.
But there's always, in a mother's mind, you're always thinking the worst. Last night was one of the worst nights because I didn't have them in their beds.
A typical thing.
And I don't want to go through that another night without them.
Okay, so now you guys, this is where we're not just watching Sloan, we are watching Sloan, but now I got the pop-ups and stuff to go along with it, okay? So if you want to stay here and ride it out, trust me. Again, this was a very eye-opening thing, knowing that we had the puzzle pieces, and now it just all makes sense to me what happened, but not fully understanding like how the reasoning behind all of this. In a sense, it's always to do with, usually money, drugs, again, selfish things or whatever. But anyways, we'll play it out. And there's probably times I'm going to stop to maybe have to explain things a little bit more. So I want to say again, thank you, Belinda. Thank you so much for just being a voice for Jack and Lily.
Before you... Oh, sorry, go on, Karen.
Oh, no, Danielle, thank you so much for talking to Charmaine that day. And thank you for being a voice for Jack and Lily. Please get Malaya out of your head, because it's not about Malaya. It's about Jack and Lily. And you're the one that's doing all this work. Where is she? Where is Malaya? Where is the mother? The mother has been nowhere to be seen ever since she went to her mother's house in Wentworth. Other than that, nothing. She brought up her Facebook, has added some friends, as you guys can see, and that's pretty much about it, right? But anyways, go ahead, husband. What were you going to say?
No, I was going to say, before you get into like more videos and stuff, I'm just going to wave and peace out. That's all.
Oh, you're missing the best part to understand the story.
Yeah.
That's all good. That's all good, husband. You know what? They didn't want to see your mug anymore anyway. Just
yeah, exactly.
just kidding. Anyways, love you. Thanks, husband.
No worries. Bye, everybody.
Okay.
How do I leave?
I can boot you.
I found it. Now I found it. Bye, everyone.
Okay. Bye-bye, hon. All right. Oh, thank fuck he's gone. Just kidding. My husband, he's an amazing person. He's an electrician. He's a plumber. He's freaking could build computers. He can do it all. He honestly, I admire my husband so much. He's just a jack of all trades, and he's a pretty great husband to boot. But anyways, okay. So let's play this part out, okay? And I'm sorry, you guys. I'm trying to. There's no way I'm keeping up with chat here, by the way. Okay. Do you think Daniel's mother is involved too? I don't. Not at all. Oops, somebody did a super chat. Hi, Jane. Jane. Were you the one that I asked the other day? Somebody left a $2 super chat. Was that you the other day on a video? On that one, Jane? That was you, wasn't it? I don't think you're the same person I asked. Maybe it was. Okay. You guys are talking up a storm. Thank you, guys. Just hit that like and the share for Lily, okay, guys? But let's go through this now. All right. So this is Sloan Bella. I haven't watched her in a couple of years. I absolutely didn't realize at some point YouTube must have screwed up, because I know I was subscribed to her. And when I seen it, I was like, oh my God, it's Sloan. Okay. I love her. She's just a straight shooter. So you're going to have to forgive her for how she uses some words along the way. Daniel, I know when she's talking about you and she calls you very much a simpleton in a sense, and an a-hole at times. Ignore that stuff. Just look for the facts about Jack and Lily, because trust me when I say this, guys, Daniel is not clueless about this at all. Okay. Okay. That's why we've talked about this. We've showed posts about this where Daniel says he's not going to let this go. That's probably why he keeps using that term, even if I have to search a lifetime. Most people contribute that to the fact of the babies being gone. I think Daniel is definitely using that term differently. And it's because he says, I'm going to keep this out there. I'm not going to basically let them get away with this. And I'm going to keep, pushing and pushing and pushing. Okay. And I mean, it's not really hard to read between the lines here, but let's go.
That are missing and presumed harmed or in danger because they are little kids, age 6 and age 4. And I'm talking about Lily and Jack Sullivan. So I'm going to work a little bit backwards. Now, first, let me just start off by saying that their biological mother reported them missing on May 2nd, 2025. And she reported them missing from their house located on Gairloch Road.
Okay, so as you can quickly see up top there, that's what Malaya, so we showed you the post already now. So this is what Belinda put up. Belinda, right, great. That's a paternal grandmother, right? And she says the kids were last seen Thursday night. They went to bed. They were heard playing in their room around 8:30. So this is what Malaya is saying to Belinda. Friday morning, mom and dad fell back to sleep and woke up in silence. They couldn't find the kids and called 911 around 9:40. So that again that goes with the messages that you guys seen that Malaya sent to Belinda.
In Lansdowne Station, Nova Scotia. Apparently it's in Pictou County. I should know this. I'm Canadian. I have no clue. Never been to Nova Scotia. I can tell you immediately I'm marking June 9th as a time frame for when information comes out and the preceding 3 weeks after that. So that almost puts us into cancer. It does put us into cancer season. June 9th for 3 weeks. That puts us to the end of June. This is when information will.
I got to stop this because I just took a look. Come on, you guys. There's 692 people in this chat. There's one person from Twitter. I can forgive the Twitter, but there's 684 people now in this chat. And there's literally 231. Let's go. Okay. Don't do this for me, you guys. Please do it for Jack and Lily. All you need to do is just hit that like button. Even if you don't hit the share, hit the like button. Please do it for Jack and Lily. Belinda's watching this live too. All she asks is that we just keep their faces out there. So please do it for Belinda. Do it for the family that truly are missing, that need answers. Do it for them. You guys can do that small part if that's okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you guys, by the way.
Released about what happened. I immediately heard that date. The next thing that I heard as I was focusing on these two young kids, little Jack 4 and Lily 6, babies, little babies. What was interesting to me is that the mother phoned in the missing persons report at 10 a.m. Now, anybody that's getting up and conscious at 10 a.m. is a partier the night before. This is just.
Okay, another thing that Malaya says, they like to wander a lot. I'm so sorry, but if they're underneath your strict supervision, Malaya, then you say things like this, right? That they like to wander a lot. Again, she totally always is contradicting this whole supervision to the fact that, well, they normally don't go there. They normally don't do this. That means that you're not watching them, that you're lying about that. It's clear as day. You keep referencing that they like to wander. Everything's referencing as if they got abducted. They just like to wander, go to the street, talk to strangers, talk to everybody.
Where my mind goes. They're either out at the clubs or they're up late partying. And I actually get a loud, noisy house at like 2, 3, and 4 in the morning. So these kids were around this loud, noisy house. There's smoke. It stinks. People are smoking. People are talking. It's loud. It's loud. It's loud. That's not the problem. These kids would have grown up in that kind of, whatever we want to call it, and that would have been fine. Not necessarily does something bad have to happen. I mean, you don't want to mix drugs and alcohol around children. That's for sure. And I know everybody is focused on the stepdad. And normally my energy would go to that, but that's actually not what I'm getting. So I'm putting the stepdad over here. I think that he's probably a jerk to live with, an asshole, something along these lines, but I don't get him doing anything to plot against the kids. That's not what I see. I go to the mother. I go to the mother, to the mother, to the mother on the right-hand side. The dad is stupid. He's not paying attention. What I mean by that is he doesn't see things exactly clearly that are right under his nose, or he chooses to ignore them and kind of just throw them out of his head. He goes along with things and he enjoys things, but he's not necessarily the one that orchestrated this. And then immediately my mind heard the words, sit on daddy's lap. I heard sit on daddy's lap. Now I'm going right now and thinking we're focusing on Lily because she's a little girl, and I go to the mother and I go to her childhood trauma. This is an exact connection like this. So sit on daddy's lap is somebody connected to the mother side of the family and an older male person, older than the stepfather, not the stepfather and not the biological father. Neither one of those two men does this have anything to do with. I mean, other than they are in proximity of the children. Well, the bio dad isn't, but the stepdad is. But this is not what happened. Now, the mother moved the children away from the bio dad because she thought he was the worst thing she could deal with. And I got news for her. That's not the way it is. The sit on daddy's lap is the worst person you're dealing with. And then immediately my mind goes to money being exchanged, drugs being done. My nose is stuffy. The minute I start recording this, I start sneezing and my nose is stuffy. So I'm going to drugs that you snort up the nose. I'm going to people talking, cigarettes and beer cans. Kind of an unkept, unharmonious type of a party that happened a few days, if not the day or hours prior to those children going missing. Now, what's interesting is I don't feel them on the other side. That doesn't mean that they haven't passed, but I don't feel it or I can't connect to it. And I'm always hesitant to say that about children anyway, because they're children. But what I do feel is a man with a beard in like a mechanic suit or one of those overalls you wear to put over your clothes so you don't get grease on your clothes, or it could even be a painter suit, cover you up so like they're orange, they're blue, they're black, they're green, whatever your company is. A company man who does this. He's older though. He's got a beard. The beard is older and he kind of looks slightly like a biker mindset to me, biker guy. Like the way the beard is reminds me of bikers I see around town here. So I know it's a different area, but my mind just goes like that. And somebody wanted the little girl to sit on daddy's knee. First of all, never do that to your kids. Secondly, I see money exchange. I feel, honestly, like these kids, there's two things I feel, and they're colliding with each other energetically. I feel that these kids were taken to protect them. Okay, so somebody said they needed protection. They were taken and actually walked into a trap where they were sold. So they were given for something. Sold doesn't always have to mean cash. It can be like, you take them and I'll give you this, or you do this and I'll do this. That's what it feels like. So when I'm looking at it, and I can tell you the personalities, these kids are so different. Lily is all about like, you pay attention to me. I'm dying to know what her birth chart is. She's like, you pay attention to me. I'm here. And if you don't pay attention to me, I'm going to do this till you pay attention to me. So she's the one that would be outside and like, you're trying to take the garbage out and she's throwing a snowball at the back of your head. She's being told not to do that. She's actually really rather funny, but she gets in a lot of trouble. Almost like she's.
Just quickly, I know she talks fast. I did have her at 1.25 speed. Probably should have slowed this down just a little bit. But anyways, it's so funny how she said that because Belinda had sent me a picture of Lily with that little snowball in the hand. And I was just like, got to put up that picture right beside it.
ADD, or she's like, I'm going to do that. I'm going to throw the ball over there. Whereas Jack is the kind of kid, he's sweet, he's muted. I think he's psychic, not autistic. I know they're going to say he's autistic. Sometimes smart kids don't talk when they're in dangerous situations. I'm going to put it like that. He's sensitive. I see him staring at, like, he's the kid that bends down in a creek and he looks at the frog on the rock and he stares at it and he's like, staring at it and really observing it. And he's also very heightenedly aware of what's around him. He's a psychic kid. So where his sister was like, "La, here I am," he was like, I know where I am and I know where you are and I know everything in between. So he had a almost long energetic tentacles like a psychic person. He could feel everything around him and often protected his sister, even though you would think it would be the other way around. He got her out of trouble. He pulled her away. Sensitive little guy is what he is. Now, I feel like the mother knows exactly what happened to them, although not really. So she knows where she sent them and she knows what she did with them and she knows where they went, but she doesn't know what happened to them, but she was doing it to protect them.
Okay, so just quickly up top, you can see those are from Daniel's text with Charmaine, the messages on Messenger. Took the RCMP 12 minutes to arrive on site. Malaya's mom was there a few minutes later. So I don't know why I keep saying 16 minutes. He said a few minutes later. I think it's because she lives an hour and 16 minutes away. And he says, you tell me if that's strange, right? Obviously, Daniel was there. So if she arrives that fast, again, just like, to me, this was like a whole big light bulb going off to what Daniel said, to what Malaya said. And it's just, to me, like I said, it's just, to me, this one big deceptive game going on here on Malaya's side.
They didn't go there, so they weren't protected. This is the conversation I see going on around her. She immediately left the environment and went back, and apparently she's native Canadian. She's native to the...
Okay, I know I'm stopping it a little bit. Can you guys read that? I only wish I could tell you the fine details surrounding Malaya and her family and the disappearance. Read that line. I only wish I could tell you the fine details surrounding Malaya and her family and the disappearance. I'll let you know that Malaya was set to stay with me and the baby and leave with my cousin, which we've heard Logan say. Logan and Mackenzie, that's Daniel's cousin. That's the one that was always being referenced earlier. I already knew that. Belinda had even confirmed that. So that's when Logan came out. I knew exactly who that was. And all you had to do is go to Daniel's Facebook and you would see her attached there. And again, you can believe whatever words you want and stuff like that, whether Daniel's being truthful or not truthful and all that stuff. I'm just laying out all the information that's come into us. And so for me, it's like the biggest light bulb going off to that, what this seems to me has to be like. Why? Because there's no true abduction from a stranger if they're not in the woods. So it goes back to Daniel and Malaya. Now it became, is it both of them? Who's lying here? Because in the morning they're lying, definitely lying. Maybe Daniel has told the truth, but at the end of the day, or maybe there's more to it that we don't know, but the timeline does not match up at all to his 20 minutes when they called at this time, and yet they were last seen in the bedroom at this time. So that part just simply doesn't line up. Now, I can understand trying to cover your ass, especially if someone like Daniel's clueless, but they're trying just to kind of come up with a timeline so they don't look like, really bad parents that have got their kids go. But if somebody's playing an effing game with him, different story, right? So it says, but 5 minutes alone with her mother, right? At first, the search briefing, Malaya completely changed. So imagine this. They're having this kumbaya morning of them sleeping in. And then all of a sudden, Malaya changed. 5 minutes after her mother spoke to her, this mother that she didn't even really want to be around, this mother. So what happened there, right? Kind of weird that all of a sudden you go with your mother, the mother that you keep talking about that you don't even want to be around, the same mother that treats Daniel like he's a big piece of crap. And then she couldn't even look at me, Daniel says. Malaya couldn't even look at Daniel. And an hour before this, Malaya told RCMP she felt the happiest and safest with me. It was a different Malaya. Okay? 2 + 2. 2 + 2.
Land and went back wherever that is. But what happened to her kids is a family patterning from childhood that she herself experienced. So this is a cycle that she's in, family patterning. I am looking, and I think Jack has like a very flight or fright kind of response to things. So he stops and kind of stares and then looks away, and you can't get him to move. It's almost like he's standing there saying, I'm invisible, I'm invisible. The kids are kind of in two separate areas. I can't see them as dead. I don't know what happened to them. I don't know. And went back.
Okay, and you guys are going to have to, you guys can rewatch the live, because where was it? No, it was further. Right here. Okay, so I'll read this because it might be too small for some of you. I will add some more info into the story. We lived in Truro. We moved so she could get away from her mother. Malaya couldn't stand being around her anymore. Now, when I went back to go look at our messages, it's like we covered up a piece, but we didn't cover it up on this piece, but whatever. So that's why I'm just leaving the full message, because honestly, on the messages, we forgot to cover up a piece of this. Well, we did, but it was in part of another message as well. So the whole thing was kind of there. So that's why hence I'm putting this one out, okay? So Malaya couldn't stand being around her anymore. Malaya asked me many times recently in the last few months if she should cut off her mother from her life. And I always said, no, that's your mother, okay? Lily always tried to take her backpack outside because it was her play backpack, and my other daughter, which is 8, taught her to do that when me and all the kids would play treasure hunt outside. Malaya put Lily and Jack on the back burner when Meadow was born. This is what we're talking about, you know. According to Belinda, she was this great mother, like it was a gift. And then it's like the tides just turned after having Meadow. It's like postpartum depression, pushing Jack and Lily away, that's what he's saying here. Since back burner when Meadow was born, I taught Lily and Jack everything from potty training to getting soothers, that's supposed to be, from their mouths. I did everything for them. Lily and Jack called me dad and came for me for everything. Never Malaya. She had no control over the kids. They were wild with her, and with me they were listened and were well behaved. Promised myself I'd always be there for Malaya and the kids, and I'm holding to my promise, is what he says. Now, if you think about his interviews, guys, you know, that's exactly what he's doing. You see, because he still believes that Malaya is the innocent victim of all this, that even if that the parents, like me, that there was this, that the children were taken away by family members, and this was some elaborate plan, that Malaya and all this is still innocent, as if she's in some sort of control by her mother, basically, right? So that's why he's out there saying, again, you know, if I have to search a lifetime, and I'm going to keep keeping this out there, that basically they're not going to get away with it. But in all of this, he has blinders on to Malaya, you know, but he's going to come out of those blinders one day, you know. So that's why, again, you know, it's like he sees most of it, but he's still stuck being in love with Malaya, and doesn't think that she would probably do him wrong like this. But he's getting it twisted around his priorities. It's Jack and Lily first, right? Jack and Lily first, Daniel. So you're being the man. You're not even the biological father. And yet you're doing way more than Malaya is, hiding out, doing what? She could have left that baby, but she didn't, right? She could have left that baby because all they did was want CPS wanted Malaya, that the baby leave the property to keep the baby safe. Malaya did not have to leave.
Flight or fright kind of response to things. So he stops and kind of stares and then looks away, and you can't get him to move. It's almost like he's standing there saying, I'm invisible, I'm invisible. The kids are kind of in two separate areas. I can't see them as dead. I don't know what happened to them. I don't know what happened to them. I don't know what happened to them. When I'm looking around, I really feel they're out of that county and gone to another spot. Like, I don't feel they're looking in the right spot. Sometimes people can look in the spot, find the people, and they're there years later, like they find them in the spot that they were looking. But the police are very interesting in this area because they're playing chess. I literally see them playing chess with the family. This family has its reputation in the area, and it's not necessarily a good reputation, definitely has its reputation. And the family seems to be divided amongst itself, and I'm talking about the stepfather's family. So the family that lives on the property, they seem to be divided. The mother is no help, the grandmother of the mother of the step.
So when she says that, she's referring to, it must be Janie. So Daniel's message was, my support system is knowing that the truth that will make me feel positive, knowing that I'm doing the right thing. I know my problems. I don't need anyone to talk about them. I live them every day. My family is great too. They are the best. Abandoned the search on the second day. Not one person from the family is doing anything or ever stepped foot in those woods. Now, in all fairness, Belinda kind of felt a little bit slighted by this because she was there on the 3rd, on the 5th, right? So in saying that, you know, he is, referring to his family. It's like, my family is great too. They are the best. They abandoned the search the second day. So that's who he's actually referring to in that comment, is his family, is the way it's portrayed. Could be wrong, but those are his words.
Stepfather, so that's the grandmother, step-grandmother. She's of no help, and they're not really truthful with the shit that goes on. It's slightly backwards in a way, but they are like working class people in that community. I do see drug addiction, I see alcoholism, I see both things on both parents' part. Okay, so this isn't just like one or the other, it's both. I know they have a daughter together, and that mother left. She just left with the minor child. Now that's interesting because the stepfather hasn't mentioned that. He mentions nothing about where the mother went. They are joined, and there is a reason for that joining. Okay, I don't feel the stepfather did it though. I don't feel that. That's not what I get. I do feel that the children were sexualized, that there is an older male grandfather figure, mother's acquaintance, somebody she calls daddy, somebody who stepped in for her as a daddy. So that would be her stepfather and her person older. And it's something that happened to her and it happened to the kids. But they were given, like, it's really interesting. The mother had issues with her daughter. There was trying to control her rebellious daughter, trying to control her. Lily's one who doesn't listen. She's not going to listen. You tell her to do this, I'm not doing it. And of course, why would she? For everything that the little boy felt and sensed, Lily expressed outwardly. So one is outward and one is inward. It's really interesting. And both of them were highly creative children. I say were, I don't know if they're past or not because I cannot feel them on the other side. I do know that there's information coming in. Somebody's getting a phone call right around the 9th of June, as in a week. It's almost a week. We're almost in June. So somebody is getting some kind of information about these children, and I'm not sure what it is exactly. Somebody will be interrogated, which tells me that the children have come to harm on some level. I feel, it's interesting, I feel the girl was a problem right away, and there was some kind of medication given to the daughter, and she's like, I don't know that it was the right medication. Like maybe they gave her sleeping pills to sleep, like a Casey Anthony thing, through the party, through the loudness. But the kids have been shipped off, and that.
So basically, what she keeps saying is that some information is going to come in. I guess it would be tomorrow. Like maybe somebody that they're interrogating, and that by say June 29th, she feels like in 3 weeks' time that we're going to hear information about that. Okay, so tomorrow is about somebody supposedly that they're interrogating, and that more information in the next 3 weeks. So that's what she keeps repeating there, just to be clear on that. Come on, Sloan, be accurate.
How is it deliberate? See, there's two separate things going on here. This is where it's very fucking confusing. This is where the confusion comes in. The kids were removed from the home on purpose because they were in danger. So somebody thought they were doing a good thing by removing the kids and helping them stay in a safe environment. But the people that they gave the kids to do not have the same mindset about keeping the kids safe.
But somebody, right, exactly. So this all was about supposedly, hypothetically, allegedly, let's just use, I don't know, Malaya as the person that thinks that, you know, what she is doing is going to protect the kids somehow, that somebody's whatever telling her that she's going to protect. So I want to go back over this. My mom was napping. This is from Daniel. My mom was napping and came outside because she heard me yelling that morning for the kids. Malaya was playing on her phone. Mom came outside and said Malaya had a look of worry in her eyes that mom was home. Okay, meaning Janie, that Janie came out of the camper and Malaya had this worried look. She wasn't scared. The kids were gone. Just a look of worry. She got caught for something. She never yelled once for the kids' names, trying to find them. Mom said it was odd. She acted odd. And then so now putting that together with the other thing, okay? It took the RCMP 12 minutes to arrive on site, and Malaya's mom was there a few minutes later. She lives an hour and 16 minutes away. You tell me if that's strange. So that's what I'm saying. If you kind of picture that, right? Just think about it. It's pretty much, it's narrowed down to Malaya and Daniel about what went on at that home that day. So, like I said, to me, Daniel's messages of what he said to what Sloan is saying and everything, it was just like a puzzle going boom, 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 boom. Because to me, it's like, well, it's one of the two. The chances that they were abducted by a stranger to me are like this. It doesn't make sense. They clearly said that if we felt it was anything like that, but you know what? Again, they got so much more information to understand because they would know by foot treads of the kids around the home, you know, and stuff like that. It was raining. The ground's going to compact more. And so you're telling me that there's only 2 footprints over there? Or is it that maybe somebody brought their vehicle, took the kids, Daniel is in and out of consciousness or probably sleeping. Who knows what's going on? Malaya, who knows? All I'm saying is that to me, this information now finally lines up with Salone saying it the way she is, and the Daniel's information and Belinda's information, and thinking about Malaya's interview and the pushing of this, all this supervision, but my kids are yakety yak, will go with anybody all the time, you know, and about the Amber Alert. And I know Belinda said to her about the Amber Alert, but I'm just saying, when you put it all together, to me, it's pretty crystal clear of who's being deceived here. And I believe it's Daniel that's being deceived by Malaya, hypothetically, allegedly, because we don't know, right? Nobody's been charged with anything or anything like that. We're just speculating, people, a lot.
If there's an ulterior motive behind why they wanted to take the kids. And to me, it's about profit. I'll just word it that way, profit. Now, that could mean if you take the kids, you get money from the government, and then we don't get money from the government. Something like this. So the mother went at it from a protective mode, and she tells stories, and she doesn't want to get caught for something. I don't know what it is, though. I don't think it's the murder of her children, but she doesn't want to get caught. Like, uh-oh, I got caught in a lie. I got caught in a lie. I see her energy go down. Like, I got caught in a lie. I don't want to get caught. Have pity on me. I didn't mean to. So whatever was happening to the kids, she was a victim of this also. That's why I'm lumping it together. I cannot connect the stepfather to it, although I do see him doing fucked up things, but just normal fucked up things, not abhorrent, murderous things. So she probably was in some sort of fight with the stepfather, and she did that on purpose to prove a point, to separate herself from him so that attention would go to him and off of her when it really should be on her. It's very convoluted, and the reason it's convoluted is because she's lying about it, and I really feel that. She knows what happened to her children.
To her since that Sunday.
So did it come as a shock to Daniel that she actually up and left him?
Yes, 100%. Like because one moment there was an altercation at the end of the driveway, which was me and one of Malaya's family members screaming at each other. And the cops were called down. So when the cops came down, they took Malaya aside. They took my mother aside because my mother said she was part of the altercation, which she was. I was as well. And my aunt. We all got spoken to by the police. Malaya literally told the police officer right then and there, like, this is the happiest I've ever been. I feel the safest when I'm with here. Like, even when she left, Officer Mason was dead shocked.
Just to point that out, you guys totally know that Logan said word for word that she was the happiest and safest. Now, keep in mind that Logan was there at this point. So like she said, she's about to say, even officer, the RCMP officer, was shocked as well, because just an hour before, like Daniel says, Malaya said, and Logan would have been there, right? Because there was this altercation. So that's what I'm saying, is that you can take Daniel's text, you can say she says the exact same wording for that. So that's just to reference that. And exactly, right? Just an hour before, Malaya is saying this, but yet 5 minutes her mother speaks to her and she's gone, right? Gone. This mother that she wanted to distance herself from. That's what I'm saying, guys. We know something reeks in this case, and this to me is what reeks about the whole thing. Exactly what Sloan Bell is saying is matching up without her even knowing about these texts at all or anything, right? So to me, she's just hitting the nail on the head. And I just needed to hear someone say it like this. And it just was like, oh my God, these literally what she's saying matches exactly what Daniel's trying to tell us the whole entire time. And that this is a freaking setup, pretty much, hypothetically, allegedly. Okay, so I'm just going to go back for a second.
Because my mother said she was part of the altercation, which she was. I was as well. And my aunt, we all got spoken to by the police. Malaya literally told the police officer right then and there, like, this is the happiest I've ever been. I feel the safest when I'm with here. Like, even when she left, Officer Mason was dead shocked, as was Daniel, that she actually left, because she told the officer that it was the safest she's ever been. So
Was that before or after her mother got there?
That was before her mother got to her.
And I just want to clarify, when you're saying that, she was saying that this is the safest she's ever felt. meaning in your company and your family's company.
Yes.
Correct? Yeah.
Absolutely, yes.
Exactly. And Susan King, thank you so much for that $10 donation on there. Have some coffee. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So, like I said, you guys, just think about all the stuff going on. Just go back to this. Go back to the text messages that we've put out from everything. If you really want to grasp this whole thing, this seems to me like this is why Daniel's clueless and out there keep searching. He's not clueless. Don't get me wrong. He wants to keep this out there because he believes that the children were taken as well and not by some stranger, right? But he just thinks that Malaya, and kind of like what Sloan said there, is that Malaya thought that she was doing this right thing to protect the children and realized that it went wrong, that it went different than what was how it was portrayed to her. Now, again, we don't know the mother, Cindy Murray. We don't know who she is. Only what we're reading here whatsoever, but I'm sure that family members and everything know about her or who she is, her personality and stuff like that. But from what Daniel's saying, it's kind of like having the evil stepmother or whatever type of thing. And that he just wants to make Malaya happy and she doesn't like him whatsoever. So who knows, it does come off like a very controlling if you're looking at the wording of Daniel, right? Daniel's the one that lives this life every day. We don't. So I'm pretty sure that he's not going to be sitting there spewing all this stuff in a sense. Basically, his thing is, I'm just a realist. I'm putting out the truth type of idea. And I believe Daniel now. I always wanted to lean towards Daniel. I kind of flip-flopped a little there because I just couldn't understand and put it together, even though, I knew it had to be something with them, but I just didn't understand what. But now it just all makes sense to me. This whole 5-minute dash when the mom speaks and she can't even look at Daniel. And then, right. And then we don't see her ever again. Seriously, she just hides. And then she brings up her Facebook and stuff like that. Telling you, manipulator.
Okay.
So, to know that he got home to go contact her, that he was blocked and deleted, was a complete and utter shock.
It's going to come out. I see the phone call being made. The time frame is from June 9th for 3 weeks ahead, and there will be information that comes out. I see an officer calling somebody and saying, this is what we found, but I can't hear what he found. So I'm still hesitant to say that they've passed these children. Obviously, they've been gone for a while, so that the odds are harm has come to them.
Kent, Logan spoke before we put out a lot of those text messages. And that's the only reason why we added more text messages. It was to match what Daniel had said to Charmaine, to match what Logan was saying. So granted, some of that information for sure, they're cousins. It's expected that it's going to mimic Daniel because Daniel's the one that's really telling her about, Cindy, the mother of Malaya and stuff like that. But then by the same token, on that day, there's certain things that Logan was there for herself. But she talked before we put out the second part of those messages. I only did that, right, because of Logan's thing. Because I remember I was like, as Dee Dee was slagging us, I was like, karma's coming your way. Because Justin on Justin's channel is one that I first seen it on. And I'm pretty sure he was one of the first channels to actually have it. Clutch them pearls. But got to give credit where it was due. And it was seen on Justin's channel first, you guys. And so someone sent me that and said, listen. And I listened and I was like, well, holy shit. I mean, exactly what that Daniel was saying to Charmaine is in those text messages as well. Like I said, nothing we're doing at all is to try to hurt Daniel, try to hurt Belinda, trying to hurt anything really. It's just obviously something happened to Jack and Lily, right? And if Daniel is saying the truth is the truth and the truth is what it is, and his own cousin comes out and starts telling more about the conversation that Charmaine had, but not knowing, meaning she doesn't know like Charmaine and I know about the messages and stuff like that, and he might have shown them to Logan, at some point. But bottom line is this, like I said, it's like, I don't even know what my point was on that when I was going to have one, but I kind of got sidetracked in my brain. I was looking over at your message, Kent. But anyways, so when Justin put that out, like I said, that's when I was like, well, there you go. She's pretty much saying the same words, but she was there that day. But you notice the safest and happiest, that's at the time of when they were at the property. So I'm pretty sure that Logan was right there as well with Daniel as this argument's happening. But I just wanted to correct you on that, because we only put those out after Logan's thing. But yeah, you can tell that she is mimicking stuff that definitely Daniel has told her. Of course, she's going to stick up for her cousin. But in saying that, I'm totally in Daniel's corner. Now, I'm not even going to second guess him anymore, because his stuff is matching up with what exactly Sloan is saying. And that was able to go, oh my God, there's all those pieces of information we have that are now unfolding like a card of, like a freaking deck of cards there. So anyway.
But I can't pick up on their energy on the other side. I don't know why. I don't know if they're being protected on the other side until this is sorted out, but I cannot tap into it. So if I can't tap into it, then I'm going to assume they're not deceased at this point. Unpopular opinion, but that's what I'm going to assume, because I can't pick up on their energy. But what I can see is the mother, like, oh no, wait a second. Okay, sorry. The little girl, they'll find something in her stomach that shows where she was. Like somebody pushed things down her mouth and in her throat. Leaves. They're going to find something along these lines. I just heard that right now. I saw an image. I think the little girl's going to be found first. I think little Lily is going to be found first. And I want to say, if they're going to find her on a physical level and find some sort of leaves in her stomach and throat, then that means she was silenced and probably not breathing. Again, I don't want to say that, but I just got that tiny strand of thought. It's very protected. There is an element of spiritual warfare going on in this family and going on between them. So there is some sort of spell casting being created from behind the scenes, and probably not overtly obvious to everybody, and it's not always a thing, but I actually see this going on. The energy is so fucked up that it's hard to read through the layers. That's why the cops are playing chess. They must be absolute, and some of them don't want this to come out. People party around there, and they all party in the same little neighborhoods. Halifax keeps coming up. Halifax. On the way to Halifax. I don't know who lives in Halifax. I mean, in their family, obviously people do, but on the way to Halifax. So I feel that they were on their way. I do not feel that these kids walked out of their house. Nobody heard them, and then they just wandered out into the woods. I absolutely do not feel like they did that unless they were lured out of the house, and that's a different scenario, because somebody is luring them, and I don't even see that. That's not what happened. They were given to somebody to take away in order to protect them. And then the secondary energy comes in that the person that they were giving them to did not do what was expected of them, or did not do it in the way that was expected, and so they went to somebody else who is not in their best interest. There is some kind of sale with this, or some kind of financial benefit, and also some kind of punishment to remove them from the family of origin. So we want to punish somebody, so we're going to do this so you can't find them. That was the initial concept on the mother's mind. That was the initial concept. She fucked up. She screwed up. And so as a result of it, she took off and she hid. But she hid to make it look like she's mad at the stepfather, and she's not. Well, maybe she is, but not for that reason. I feel like they had kind of a divisive relationship. It was on, it was off, it was on, it was off. The stepfather is clueless as to what actually happened. She may have said something about getting the kids away from him because he was a danger to them, and therefore he wasn't a danger in the way that she expressed it. So I'm sure there's yelling. I can see drug addiction, alcoholism. That's hell for a family. I get it, but that's...
So I want to say this too, is that I was trying to wrap my brain, right? Looking at both sides of the fence there. I'm trying to wrap my brain about why Daniel cannot see. He went down, his brother took him down to go, wanted to have visitation to see Meadow, and he was denied. So Meadow is with Malaya, okay? Now, he was denied. And okay, I've seen this game being played before. I totally believe myself, in my opinion, that this game was being played with Daniel. So not only was this all a setup to him in a sense, and he's freaking ass clueless about it, right, as what's going on, that all a female has to say is that this person is, doing this or that, right? And instantly, pretty much, they get a protection order. They can't visit the children. I totally think that this was all a master plan on Belinda, on Malaya's side, and that this was, and Daniel has no clue, right? And I think that beyond this, there's a bunch of lies being told. That's why he can't see Meadow. And I'm not actually 100% sure about his other two kids, to be honest with you. I know he has other two kids. It's been said that he was denied access to basically all of his kids, but I only know about Meadow. Okay. Anyways, so to me, this was all what I thought, right? That Malaya is blaming Daniel for something. I always thought that was probably the case, but I always thought that it was more sided towards it. Maybe Daniel is doing something, is trying to come off like the hero, the good guy, right? I mean, he's saying things like, I'll be the Daniel before type of idea in that message, and stuff like that. And I'm not saying that Daniel's some angel that just flew out of the sky there. But what I'm saying is that if you think about it, that this was literally a setup, I absolutely see this game being played and why Daniel does not have access to Meadow, because I think it's just one big game and he needs to take his blinders off and see the truth for what it is. And I think this is all going to come out, you guys. Like, I can't tell you for sure 100%, but meaning I look at what mostly makes sense. These children didn't vaporize, as Charmaine put it. They just didn't vaporize. They didn't Houdini out of there. To me and most people, this is something to do with family involvement. So when you think about the text and how Malaya's mother, according to Daniel, right, arrives there fast, how Malaya's acting that morning, according to the grandmother, Janie, right, then you just have to literally put the pieces together that she leaves. She doesn't even want to deal with her mom. And then all of a sudden she does. Her mom says something to her, literally doesn't even look at Daniel, and she's gone. And that's it. Right? It's because there's bullshit happening there from that side. There's bullshit happening there. Daniel's sitting there freaking going out still and all that, doing what he can, because again, according to him, he's not going to let this go. He's going to keep doing what he can. He's not going to let them get away with it. So he knows that a game's being played, but he thinks that Malaya is like innocent of all this, when really, it's one of those things. To me, hypothetically, allegedly, in my opinion, is that she's the one that's playing the games here. She might have thought she was doing something good, but for what? Basically to throw somebody else underneath the bus so that you can get away. And I think that Malaya's lie is going to come to the forefront. And I don't believe that the RCMP for 1 second aren't onto this.
She overly stated those facts to make him into a bad person and took the kids away.
So that was the next thing, was when she was told that the baby had to leave the residence. She's exactly told she did not have to leave the residence. They just wanted the baby off the residence, from away from the residence. That's like, this whole scenario isn't something a kid should be a part of. So the baby was going to come to my house. So she's never been apart from the baby. Never. Like, she's Meadow. So I said, you're more than welcome to come too. If not, I am comfortable. I have 3 kids of my own. Like Malaya, I can take care of this kid. Like, I can take care of the baby, no problem. So first it was just going to be the baby. And then she decided she was going to come with me. So, but then something changed and we were at the briefing. Her mother said something to her. And then I had to take everything out of my car and put it in her mother's car. And like I said, she had this whole plan. Like, she was going to drive her car into my house. Mm-hmm. And she was going to, and then the plan changed.
Just quickly, Kent, that's not what she said at all, actually. You need to go back and listen to her. That's not what she said. what she said was she can't really see that as in, someone just shoved it down her. Then she went on to say about being in like the water or something like that, something where it's like in there. So you need to go back and listen to that part, because that's not what she said at all about the woods, or that Malaya had taken the kids out in the wood and stuff, some stuff like that. Again, you need to listen to that all again then.
I'm going to take the car to my mother's, like I'm going with my mother. Well, she didn't even come back for the car. Like, the search and rescue had her car towed to wherever she was because they left the car. That's how much of a hurry that was to leave. Like he always said, and he said this in his interviews over and over again, is every time Malaya got ahead in life, her mother pulled her back. So we'll just go with that.
You can see right there, I left out a part of this post, but I figured that part of it was beneficial because she displays traits, and I was only waiting for one trait to be exposed, and that was no empathy. And just like Logan said here, right, that Malaya's mother didn't shed a tear or anything. And so is Daniel. Daniel saying, and I finally seen it on full display when she never shed a tear that day of the disappearance. It's fucking beyond sad. My heart breaks for Malaya. Now, I'm not saying, like, first of all, let's get this straight. This doesn't mean that the Sloan is accurate about everything. I think that she's hitting the nail on the head for the gist of what happened, but I think that the finality of this remains to be seen. I do think possibly Malaya was doing something where she might have maybe benefited, maybe because Jack and Lily were too much of a handful for her. Maybe she contrived this, this whole thing up with her mother, and they were going to get the benefits of taking care of Lily and Jack, or not. Remember, it's just speculation only. But this is Daniel's words here, that she never shed a tear. Logan repeated that because why? Because Logan still was there that day, right? She was helping her cousin. This is the same cousin that helped look through the clothes and stuff like that. So you can't take away from Logan as if she wasn't there, because she was. And she talks about this, that Cindy never shed a tear. So if Cindy never shed a tear, Malaya never shed a tear and acted worried and acted like she got caught, and her mom arrives there rather quickly after the phone call. Again, to me, this is just pretty much a light opening up and going, thank you, Sloan, for letting me listen to you and realizing that all these messages now are making sense, right? About it being planned. And here Daniel says, beyond sad, my heart breaks for Malaya. Now, we don't know Malaya's life or the control that her mother might have over her or not, but something's off with this if she didn't even really want to be around her mother because of said reasons of her being controlling and, not so good. So what then is it that caused Malaya to leave within 5 minutes and not even want to look at Daniel? Because again, right? If you guys listen to the interview, it's like storytelling. If you read Malaya's messages to Belinda, it's like storytelling. Abduction. The kids are always supervised. This is the story I'm putting out there. They're little yappers. They'll talk with anybody, blah, 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 blah. And then on the day of, again, Malaya's mom, Cindy, arriving, doesn't shed a tear. Janie says Malaya was acting odd. She wasn't yelling for the kids. So that's all I'm trying to put together for you guys, right? Think about that. Just think about that. And then think, who's messing with who here? And I see it as, now I see it clearly, that Daniel's being honest with us. He might not be being honest with us, maybe perhaps about the timeline in the morning so that they don't look bad. But I believe he's clueless about this whole thing going on, or was clueless. But he's not anymore, right?
I just find it strange how the grandmother would convince her daughter to leave.
To leave the residence?
Instead of staying with her to look for these babies.
That woman has never shed a tear the whole time she was there. My dad even stated that. He goes, I cried. Like my father cried and cried and cried. This is a 55-year-old man. And he cried for those children. And that grandmother didn't shed a tear.
She has a boyfriend. She has a boyfriend. Oh my God, I just got that right now. She has a boyfriend. I know she has a new baby. I actually think the baby's name is Meadow, which is really weird. And the baby's about the same age as Meadow. I think they said 16 months at the time. He's a little bit younger than Meadow, but that's interesting. I just popped into my head. She has a boyfriend. She has a...
This part I just didn't get. I listened to it. I got an email saying the same thing. I'm not sure what she meant. That if this boyfriend has a child that almost is the same name as Meadow, that this other person, this other boyfriend, let's just say hypothetically, allegedly, that has a child around the same age with the same name. I don't know. I don't know. Okay.
Boyfriend, another male who she's with. She does this. So there's something about the mother that does this kind of behavior where she goes from one man to another, always has one over here while one is over here. And that's actually why she left the house, but she had to set it up so that it looked like the stepdad was the really bad person who was endangering them all. And then she had to prove a point, shut the door, and leave.
Yes, she has her own cell phone. I've called her on it.
Okay. And Daniel has his own cell phone.
Absolutely, but they're a very open couple.
Okay. All right. Yeah, no, I was just curious.
I see that. Did you think Malaya met somebody else type deal?
Oh, no, that's not where I was going with this. No.
But she didn't prove the point. She didn't prove the point because they're going to catch her. She's going to be brought up because she knows the person that she gave her kids to. And there was another party, another female involved in this as well. So there's another female, young like her. I don't know how old this mother is. I'm assuming she's under 40, so just say early 30s. There's another female involved in this, in transferring the kids. I'll use the word transferring the kids. Has a lot to do with that. So she was trying to set up a narrative over here that doesn't match over here. And then I can't even describe how thick the energy is around it and how hard it is to pull out the information. And that happens sometimes.
Okay, I'll stop it there because you guys can see. We are now asking for dash cam or video along Gairloch Road between 12 p.m. on April 28th and the 12 p.m. on May 2nd. Okay, they don't believe it's an abduction. So who probably then, if they don't believe it's an abduction, then who are they looking for during that time frame? Family members, perhaps? Somebody that helped in the disappearance of Lily and Jack, perhaps? Because they don't believe it's an abduction. Right? That's how I'm taking this. Like I said, we can all think of it in whichever way we want. This is how I see it. To me, this is clear as day now for me. Okay? Might not be for you, but for me. It's like all the messages, knowing that there's pieces missing. Like, meaning, what was the true intent behind this, if this is true? All I know is that when something stinks to high heaven, like Malaya's interview, and then Daniel saying about the morning of and all that stuff, like I said, it's information we wouldn't have known, but it definitely gives you pause to think, okay, if Malaya's acting strange, her mother arrived so fast, they're looking for dash cam footage on Gairloch Road, right? And they don't believe it's an abduction. And I just don't feel like it's that way myself. It's like, it's there, but it's so slim, right? But I honestly think that the RCMP, that they're not dumbasses, right? And it's just a matter of perhaps finding out what actually truly happened with the children and stuff like that. Who knows? I'm hoping Sloane's right when she says that somebody tomorrow on the 9th is being interrogated, and then on the 29th around that area that we'll hear something, in regards to Jack and Lily. I truly hope so. I really hope it's like the best news and that they were just kind of, given away, and that hopefully that, what she's seeing, it could be totally wrong of leaves and that in the stomach, or it could be totally right. Who knows? All I know is that I'm going to pray. I'm praying that this is a family abduction, because I want the best outcome to happen here, that Jack and Lily have been hidden, for whatever reasons beyond that, and that we see Jack and Lily again. I truly pray that that's the outcome. So I'm totally rooting for this scenario based on the fact of Jack and Lily being out there still, hopefully, right? It's better than the alternative.
I weirdly feel like the way that the father described what the little girl was wearing was accurate.
On May 2nd of 2025, it was said that Lily was wearing a pink sweater, pink pants, and pink boots, and that Jack was wearing blue dinosaur boots. Yet on a message at 3:59 from Malaya on May 2nd, it had said other details as well. So did they afterwards realize about the other items that day? And that's why more info came out on the 5th from Daniel. Remember, Malaya left on the 3rd. So according to Belinda, that the cousin said to her that on the 4th, that her and Daniel went through Jack's room to see what it was he was wearing.
I know they took their boots. That's pink boots for Lily, blue boots for Jack with dinosaurs on them. Lily had her backpack with white, and it was white with strawberries on it. I imagine now if they're in the woods that it'd be probably brown, but I don't see them carrying their backpack. I don't see them keeping a pull-up one for that long after it got soaked from the very first day. We only found the 2 boot tracks outside of the house.
Whereabouts?
Right beside the house, probably 10 feet away from the backyard.
In the backyard.
Like he knew what the little girl was wearing and why she was wearing it, and why, because she always kind of wore things like that. He knew. And that was accurate. That is what she was wearing. So it's very accurate in that sense. But in the same aspect, the little boy, he just kind of would grab away Jack, as I was saying, would just like grab things and like take off. So it was harder to get him to put his clothes on. But he had his favorite things. Like Linus had a blanket. Linus might have been autistic in the Peanuts gang. Remember, he always had that blanket and sucked his thumb. Like he had to have that blanket. So this little boy was like that. He had to have certain things with him. And so those things were missing. And the stepfather was correct in what he said, because he knew that that kid would not leave the house without those things, and they were handed off to somebody else because they didn't want to sit on daddy's lap, and that's the threat. So there's something else going on. I feel that Lily was given medicine, like to drug her or to shut her up or to make her sleep, or because she's loud.
Liam, come sing. I got him. Ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Jack, Lily. Stop, honey.
Thank you, Ritzy. Appreciate that.
She's like, I'm loud. That's the energy with her. I'm loud. She's going to say it loud. Like if you do something, she'll kick you and run and scream. She's not shy. She tells the truth. She speaks up. The little boy is like, I can feel it. I know how to move myself so that that person can't get me. Uh-oh, my sister, I'll go pull her over here so that that guy doesn't get her. You see what I'm saying? It's interesting. They work well together, these two, and they are very loving. And the little boy was very, very sweet. The sister, very sweet, but very loud and very rebellious. Like you say, oh, brush your hair, brush your teeth. And her hair's going to be sticking up and she'll just wet the toothbrush and put it back. She's not going to do what you tell her to do because she doesn't want to. Dying to know these charts. But I feel like somebody drugged her, tried to get her to shut up, and that's why I see the mouth full of something and down into the stomach like she swallowed something. This may be dirt, this may be in a river, this may be rocks, this may be dirt, whatever, when you're thrown into a river, but it's closer to Halifax. It's somewhere, we're going to Halifax that way. That's why it may be in her throat and stomach, like if I gulp in something. I'm trying to get this. I think the girl may have passed, actually, as I'm saying this. I cannot pick up on the little boy at all. I don't know if he's passed or not passed. Her is coming through very, 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 very thin strands. I can tell you, though, I keep marking June 9th and 3 weeks ahead. So that would be like June 29th, right around there. So June 9th to 29th, 30th of June, right as we're in Cancer season, there will be information. I see a call. There is one person in the police station, male, working on this like a bitch, undercover, walking around, watching stuff. They closed it down really quickly from the abduction because they know that it was an abduction. I get that. And by abduction, I don't necessarily mean like, you know, Joe Blow's driving through town and he sees two kids walking on the side of the street and he's like, I'm going to fucking kidnap them because I'm a weirdo and I want to be in federal jail for the rest of my life. No, not that. This is like they were abducted by a family friend on purpose to remove them from a situation and then got taken in the wrong direction. So I believe the police already know this, but they're not saying it. That's why they shut it down like that. It's a chess game right now. We're playing chess. We're not going to let everybody know what we're doing, and we are playing chess. We are doing this and playing chess.
And the family has said they believe it's an abduction or they suspect it's an abduction. Are there now any clues or anything leading you to think that that might be possible?
If we had any information that led that way and we felt that we could provide anything with the public, we would have done that. We would have got that information out. We're working very closely with the family and we will pursue every avenue. But again, I'm not going to make any specific comments, but anything that would point towards that, we would immediately take steps to address things that need to be addressed.
Well, exactly. Because you know darn well that those kids didn't get carried away. They probably knew the person that came and say got them hypothetically, allegedly, off the property or right near the driveway part of it. That's why they're looking for video footage, because they want to know who exactly, probably with family and people, were in that area. Who was it there? Because I don't believe that they're dumbasses at all. I think that they're totally on this myself, but I think to me that's still very clear. And he's made it very clear that if there was something, they would have put it out there to you guys. And they don't feel it, kind of like what Sloan says. They took it down right away about the abduction part, but yet it's an abduction. And then she says, a family. Come on. I mean, who else? Who else is going to take these children? Yeah? To sit there and think that it was a stranger and that these kids disobeyed everything. And then suddenly, no, I think it's somebody that knows, you know. And I think Danielle, like I said, is, well, she says it.
I'm getting really bouncy right now because the energy's dropping like this. So it's filtering through ever so slightly. People know what happened and they think they know what happened. Kids have gone missing in that area. I gather it's a very small, Canada is sparsely populated, especially in those areas like Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, all of that, very sparsely populated. But for some reason, a lot of kids go missing. The guy that I'm seeing, Daddy, okay, I'm calling him Daddy. I can't, that's the name I keep hearing and I heard it really fucking loud. That guy has like a beard, so like rockabilly beard. I don't know how else to describe it. Biker beard, gray. He looks worn around the eyes, and he wears a mechanic suit or a by suit coverall, painter coverall. So he wears that kind of outfit out there. That is what he does. This is who we're looking for. This is who the mother had to deal with as a child as well. You better sit on Daddy's lap. This is full circle. Her kids. I hear that conversation. So whatever was going on before she woke up at 10 in the morning with a hangover, by the way, and I don't know if I mean drug stupor or alcoholism hangover. I just mean she woke up like out of a fog and then the kids were missing. And then she played deer in headlights fog, but had an idea. So she set it up, medicated herself, and then acted like she didn't know what the fuck happened. The stepfather medicated himself just because he's a party guy. And he really doesn't know what happened, and he's too dumb to realize he's being played sideways. This is the energy dynamic of these two people. This is what I get. And then the police.
I love it when she says that, because every time she says that he's being played sideways, it's because in my head, all I can think about is this poor Malaya stuff. And again, don't know the story. We don't know the story. But in my eyes, I don't see a poor Malaya to this situation going on here. What I see is a trap that happened myself. That's why all these messages now make sense to me about the whole mother thing and why Malaya didn't act a certain way, why the mother didn't tear up, why she was there. Again, these are just words, right? I'm just saying we don't know the answers yet. But at least to me, it makes all sense now what's going on here in my eyes. Might not be in your eyes, definitely is in my eyes. And I just pray for Jack and Lily's safe return regardless out of all of this. So please, please let them be taken by family members and that they truly are still there somewhere. You know, I'm going to dismiss the fact that she's talking about Lily, that at first she was like, didn't get anything. And then as she went on, she was like, oh shit, type of thing. But I'm just going to pray for Jack and Lily. And, you know, worst case scenario, bottom line is just answers.
They're playing chess behind the scenes here because they want something to come out. So there's a whole convoluted thing going on at the moment.
Oh, yeah. I do want to clarify that. So for Sloan, she's specifically saying that it's that to her, this daddy person comes sit on daddy's lap. She's saying that it's somebody from Malaya's side of the family, right? Almost as if it was a partner or somebody that she knew as a dad. Now, so we both know that, and I'm not going to say his name, even though I know who she's with now, because again, we're not going to accuse anyone of anything like that when we don't know the answer. I don't know if anyone has any reference to some guy that is biker looking, that was in Malaya's life by chance. You know, possibly the family might know of Daniel Martell's who it is and stuff like that. We know that Henry Joseph Brooks is the father. It's not matching the description. Even the person she's with now isn't matching that description. So maybe it was somebody prior. Again, she kind of, as Sloane's telling it, it's like Malaya was trying to do this to protect the children for whatever reason. You know, maybe her mom convinced her like, hey, give me the children, you know, type of thing. And this is going to happen. Somebody's going to collect the welfare checks instead. You know, maybe it was a lot for her because she was in some sort of postpartum depression, blah, 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 blah stuff, right? At the end of the day, again, just take it with a grain of salt still, regardless. But to me, like I said, for me personally, and Charmaine could totally disagree with me, absolutely. I just see this as clear as day now that all the bells went off. It matches what Daniel's saying. It aligns with it. And Sloan, after I watched her and listened to it, it was almost like having somebody know the story, for the most part, and not knowing the story, So we'll see. We'll see, guys, right? Somebody did it. Somebody did something to Jack and Lily. That's for sure.
It's really, really interesting. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out. I'm not sure what happened to the little girl because I do see a call, information coming about the kids and stuff in her throat and her stomach. I want to say leaves or gravel and leaves. And to me, you're not going to eat gravel and leaves. Probably not going to just put that in someone's mouth. It may go into your mouth if you drown, if you fall down something. I'm wondering if somebody hid them like in a container or something along those lines, like a well. Let's hide them in here. We'll come back and get them later. We'll get the money. We'll take them out of the county. We'll transfer them, and then came back and there was an issue with that because it wasn't a well thought out plan. Obviously, it seems really stupid. The mother left to distract attention from herself. That's actually what she did. So, and this is a little bit blurry. Sorry, you guys. It happens. It goes blurry. They come in, but it's not the same way as usual. It's really weird, the energy. This is a bigger thing than what they're telling you is going on. It's actually a bigger specific thing, and it still involves people doing spells against people or binding people. I know that sounds really weird, but that's actually what I'm seeing. Somebody's in the background trying to make things happen and make people not see stuff because I can feel that energy. You can always tell when it's around, but there's occultism involved in this on some level. I don't know who's doing what and what they're calling it, okay? I don't know what they call it in their neighborhood or who's doing what, but it feels like it's in a different area.
Let's talk about. Okay, so first of all, she's been clearly saying that this is on Malaya's side, not Daphne Sullivan's side, which is Belinda's side of the family. Okay, now, again, think what you like, but she is clearly referring to Malaya's side. So, again, that would make sense. Malaya's side, hypothetically, allegedly, in our opinions, my opinion, that this is something to do with that. So if Malaya set this trap, really, and it's made Daniel out to be the bad guy, and that she's told a lie to CPS, right? Like I said, who would contrive all this? Do you think Malaya did, or with some help of family. And like she said, it went different than what Malaya thought it was supposed to be like. She thought she was protecting the kids, but then the kids were whatever given. But again, take it with a grain of salt. Look at it. But another interesting thing, though, right, is that Daniel has clearly said that Malaya tried 3 times to apply for status for Jack and Lily, probably even Meadow. Meadow was denied. Jack and Lily were all of a sudden, when they went missing, they were giving status. The chief of the Spiknetic, however you say it. I know I spelled that wrong, but it's a weird word, sorry. It's one that doesn't roll off the tongue easy at all, unless you literally are a native and know how to say that word easy, like the Micmac, I think it is. Anyways, asked me and the family while we were parked on the side of the road where Malaya and the children lived because they were a member of that tribe. But Daniel told me that Malaya had tried 3 times to register them and she was refused. But now that they're missing and now that they're a member, he was a little put out about that. Well, wouldn't you be? Like, honestly, if Malaya's tried 3 times and was refused, and then all of a sudden they go missing, and then all of a sudden they're granted status, but not Meadow. Okay? But Jack and Lily, you know, the 2 kids that are missing, Jack and Lily, all of a sudden they're granted status. Why? Why? Right? Some bullshit going on there, I would say. That's weird. That is weird. That's weird. Just saying. It's weird. It's almost over.
It's about 3 weeks after the 9th of June, and there will be an outcome to this. They will find at least Lily, the little girl. Jack, I can't put my finger on. It's like the 2 were split up. I'll take this one, you take that one. So it's interesting. Deliberately, they were removed from their house. The mother knows. Okay, that much I'm sure of. I can feel it. Allegedly. That's, I gotta say, allegedly. I don't want to accuse anybody of anything, but it really feels energetically like the mother was aware of what happened and made herself unaware of it to act and deflect from being aware of it so that the stepfather would be accused of it, and that's part of the plan. I'm not sure why that's part of the plan. She definitely has a boyfriend, though, or another male companion. Call it whatever you want. Maybe boyfriend's too much of a word. Fuck buddy, fuck boy, whatever. She has another person that she kind of hangs with. And so she's been lured in like...
Yeah, I told you. She just kind of just says things
like this. And so there's a secondary world going on over here that she's living. Stepdad, he may argue with her. He may be jealous. He may like call her a fucking bitch and all of this stuff. But he's not the murderer of the children. And that does not feel like that. So I don't know what else to say. I have no idea. I'm trying to pick it up. Anyway, that is my very first video on Lily and Jack Sullivan. I hope I'm completely 100% wrong and the 2 kids are found and come back completely healthy and alive and then are taken away from their family. Yeah, it feels really bad. The little girl, I think they wanted to shut her up though because she's loud. And that's good. I'm glad she's loud. The little boy is that they say has autism is not loud, but he's not loud because he's psychic. So he's observing energetically. He's a different breed of a kid. And this was traumatic. He watched something happen with the sister and then they were separated like that. But it starts with sit on daddy's lap. That's the word I heard and that's the word I'm sticking with. Sit on daddy's lap. Grandpa. Who's the grandpa? Of the mom. On the mom side. It's that way. Sit on daddy's lap.
Okay. So again, please remember this is a view only and not to be taken as fact by Salome Bella, entertainment purposes only, okay? So at the end of the day, sorry, Charmaine, what did you say up there? Yes, but my point is, Brenda, that if the kids are missing, no government or tribal funds would be paid for them from any agency. Well, like I said, that's where that side of that story about what happened there. So, you know, like, maybe Salome's right, a lot of it, and maybe she's not. All I know myself is that I have been sifting through all the conversations with with Daniel and Charmaine's text, with Malaya's text to Belinda, you know, and sifting through the information that's before us that's already out there. And this is exactly what I was seeing, was that Daniel's being made to look like the bad guy here, like the scapegoat, when really I think it's one of those things. What's happening here actually is happening over here. Why? Again, because as soon as I listened to this, I was like, oh my God, everything just now seems clear to me that I know it has to do something with family. And Daniel's messages to Belinda's, to her interview, are so off. And this whole abduction and this whole, if you guys read Belinda's text, you can see how much she is talking about supervision of the kids. And then she contradicts herself and says that they normally don't and stuff like that. Wait a second. That they always are supervised by you. But that day, they just happened to go through, slip out that silent door, right? So you guys know, you guys can go watch this again, whatever. To me, I was just trying to lay out for you the text messages to what Salone was saying, to all the things that I've been watching. And I think that nail is hit on the head with Malaya's interview. I think that it's an absolute bullshit lie. Always felt it from day one. I sit there and question it, of course, am I reading into this wrong? I don't think so at all anymore, at all. I mean, at the end of the day, I felt like this was no way that a mother would act like this, try to make excuses. I don't make excuses for what I see right in front of my eyes, which is clear bullshit. Someone directing a narrative of abduction, probably why she's claiming that the blankie was probably Lily's, right? And I'm thinking, no. I don't care how small that thing is. A mother knows what blanket is your child's. A father might not know, but a mother will know. And I think that that's exactly her storyline of abducted. Don't look over here. Daniel, whatever she did that created her mother and all that, it just doesn't make sense. Malaya's stuff out of all of this. It's like, Daniel, he's doing everything, honestly, the right way. If you don't look at it from a suspicious point of view and think about it, that who's the one that's hiding? Who's the one that Daniel is saying that didn't have emotion, that the mom didn't have emotion? Logan was there. She didn't see the mother crying. How come these emotions aren't matching? Why? Because Malaya's interview was the start of it. And to me, that just reeked. Whenever I read these messages to Belinda, it just reeks. Why did she know about the clothes and all of that on the second? Daniel probably wasn't even aware of that text message going out to Belinda. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. But why did he then go search with the cousin on the 4th and then give us that information? There was no backpack talked about on the 2nd, but yet Malaya talked to it with Belinda about the backpack. Could she have told during the midst of her franticness on Malaya's part, well, let me just stop and text Belinda back, tell her exactly that the kids got out through a quiet sliding back door, but we always supervise them, right? All that stuff. Oh, by the way, this is what they were wearing. It's just reeks of bullshit. And then the more you look at it, it just matches what Daniel's been trying to tell us. To me, he's the one out there. But again, he's not stupid. He's not stupid. You guys clearly know he says that he's going to keep this out there. He's not going to let them get away with it. Obviously, he's referring to the fact that he believes that the children that were taken as well, but that Malaya is innocent in all this, right? And he's going to keep searching and searching for the rest of his life. That's how I see it. I don't think, but my mind is always open regardless. If other information comes out or whatever, but at this point, I feel like the writing's on the wall, and it's just a matter of, I believe that the RCMP are totally seeing all of this. They probably know most of it. And it's just a matter of time before we do hear answers. And that's all I'm going to say about it, really, that I just pray that Jack and Lily are still alive and that they were taken. Please let it be that way, actually. Anyways, so let's see. Kent, they removed his picture and court records from Google. I was unable to find some information and send to Sunny. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Are you talking about, who are you talking about, Charmaine, me or somebody else? Yeah, Carol. But, for me, like I said, it was just the writing was on the wall. All I needed to do was hear this to literally match almost everything that she doesn't know to what she like I said, this is like when I got read for the first time. This medium, she was from Mexico or something. I was with Margarita, and so she read me first, and she goes, "Look, do not tell me anything. I don't want to hear your birth date. I don't want to hear anything. It's my job to tell you." It was like someone just being inside my brain and literally pulling it out, right? And then she read Margarita. And with Margarita, she even used her ex-husband's name, Michael. And it was like reading, it was like somebody that just had this gift that you just couldn't explain, besides they were just gifted with the ability to read. Like, I don't want to say read people. She obviously had a gift of mediumship to me. I'll never forget her. It was just so jaw-dropping to me because, like I said, I'm not easily bamboozled, Like I said, it's one of those things. Most readers, they ask you for your birth date and stuff like that. They start telling you about the Cancer sign and how you're family-oriented and stuff like that. That's generic shit. When you know in your head information, and that information is only between me and myself and I, and she's literally saying stuff that I knew, but I never shared it with anyone besides Margarita. And Margarita, she didn't know this lady with Adam. It was a friend at work that had said, "Hey, I was just at this reader's. Maybe you should go see them," or whatever. But this person, Leanne, she didn't know anything about what the situation. This is when I was leaving my ex-husband, Dion, the guy that I was with from 15 to 26, Mr. Abusive. But anyways, so she didn't know anything. And it was just like someone just going through my life and going through my head. It was so strange. She was the best one. So some people just truly have gifts. When I was listening to Sloan, it just reminded me of that lady. And yes, if you guys want to go check her stuff out, right? Are psychics absolutely 100% accurate about everything? Absolutely not. We're fools if we think that they are. But then there's good ones, and then there's really shit ones out there, right? And so, like I said, I've been read probably about 20 times, maybe less in my life, and two of them left me jaw dropped. The second one I didn't really like. She did a good job. Like, she did an amazing job. But the thing I didn't like about the second one is that she told me somebody was going to die in the circle within 5 years. Don't tell me that shit, because I have a child. Now you got me going, well, is it my son? Is it my husband at the time? Which is the father of my son, Matthew. Like what? So I didn't like that. It left me feeling really heavy. And I don't think, did I have a reading ever after that? Oh, I think I did, but not in the same way. But anyways, you don't tell people that, right? I don't want to hear about that. Tell me about other things, but don't tell me about somebody dying, because then your brain just focuses on that. So I took her tape and I ripped it up and I just put it out of my mind, because I just would have been thinking about that. And then I was like, okay, you know what? Put it back into reality. So it could happen, maybe not. At the end of the day, the second lady, it was like she was palm reading me at first, and the accuracy was freaking crazy. Like, I was like, whoa, like she read my life. And I was like, frick, she was right. And then she just started more like doing mediumship after that. That was crazy. So 2 times I can give kudos to people that I've personally been read from. But I'm always very leery of this stuff. But Sloan gave me the same vibes. I was listening to her and I'm like, damn, you're hitting the nail on the head with this case and you don't even know about it. I did send Sloan in Messenger Jack and Lily's and that's birth chart, because she kept saying, I wish I had their birth chart, but I know that Malaya has their birth ages when they were born in that on her Facebook. So I sent that to Sloan because she said, like I said, a couple times, like, oh, I wish I had their birth chart on there. So hopefully she does something else on Jack and Lily, and we'll see. At the end of the day, regardless, all we want is answers about what happened to Jack and Lily. Belinda simply wants answers. Daniel simply wants answers, apparently, as well, because I believe him. I believe Daniel. Because why? Because it all makes sense to me now. All right. I'll go to you guys. Let's see here. There's 500 people. We have how many likes? 353. Thank you guys. Please. Again, Belinda's the grandmother. Belinda's the one that has been talking with this channel. And again, she does it for Jack and Lily. That's why she, when I asked her for the information, I literally just thought she was going to send me like a post, like literally one message from Alea. Wasn't expecting this whole conversation. But again, I'm only so appreciative because it gave us more insight, just like Daniel's, into the day of the disappearance. So take that information with what you want of it. Belinda has already shown that Pictou, please, no drama. These messages are from my phone. I'm doing everything and anything I can to keep Lily and Jack's pictures out there. So please, like I said, that like and the share, please do it. She's fighting so hard. Obviously, now that I see the light on this case, Daniel to me is fighting so hard. He just needs to get his Malaya and this whole, poor innocent Malaya shit. The focus has to be always on Jack and Lily first, never the secondary. Okay. That's just like me putting my husband in front of my child, right? Is that going to happen? No, it's not going to happen. My child will always come first. If I was out there, I'm not going to be hiding and sitting there playing peekaboo on Facebook and not even using her Facebook now to post some things about Jack and Lily missing. Why? Why is that? Because it stinks to high heaven, perhaps, right? Everything that a parent should be doing, right, Katie Proudfoot, right? If you have no involvement at all and you're telling the truth, like Daniel says, then the truth will come out. Reality is what it is. But at the end of the day, I just pray that these two beautiful children, that they're alive still, that they have been taken, and that they come back, and never to be in the hands of these people again that don't deserve them. Because, well, this is who we're talking about here. Oh, before I do that, I want to do this. So Lana King is the one that held the vigil. Remember about the Jack and Lily's vigil? Anyways, so she's asking people, right, for Jack and Lily, a random act of kindness for Jack and Lily in honor of the search for the missing siblings, Lily 6 and Jack 4 in Nova Scotia, Canada. I participated in a random act of kindness. We hope it made you smile. Lily and Jack have been missing since May 2nd of 2025. Please keep them in your thoughts. Share your find with us on Facebook. And of course, she has www.facebook.com. Find Lily and Jack Sullivan. And the group is Lily and Jack Updates. Let's bring them home. Her daughter. And this is Facebook for you, right? So her daughter is making decals, right? Not for profit, not for gain, using her own materials. But again, Lana had to justify that because you know how those vultures are that start accusing you of, oh, what, you're going to do this for profit and gain? Okay, that's why I stick away from those Facebook groups because, again, it can just be so venomous. People try to do kind things. Lana did a kind thing with the vigil thing. And then what? She gets her ass chewed, right? For not getting authorization. Bullshit. Never feel bad for being a great person. And Lana, when I was talking to her yesterday, she says too, she has such a soft heart for Belinda, like I do too, obviously. And it's just about keeping Jackson and Lily's case out there, doing it and just doing it because you really want to be part of, the awareness of Jack and Lily for no selfish reasons. But anyways, the daughter is going to be making decals that people can order. And once I have like a JPEG properly for that, then I'll share that as well. And again, it's to go, actually, I'm not even sure. I can't remember. It's to go to funds for something, but I honestly, I don't want to speak out of turn because I know she said it, but I have to go back and read it. My heads right now is tired. I was working on that video that you guys just watched. That took me all day yesterday, like 10 hours of gathering, information, going, every time I think it's going to take me 2 or 3 hours, not going to happen. And during that time, right, I was speaking with Lana a little bit, great lady. She added me when I requested that. And again, my heart goes out to anyone that's trying to bring awareness to this case for the family. But I do it always because this case, before Belinda was even speaking, right, we were covering it. But it just made it even more compelling to pretty much do a live almost every day on it, and just trying to bring Belinda and the family, whoever has nothing or no part of Jack and Lily's disappearance, to bring some answers, right? Because that's why you guys are here tonight, is because you care about this case. Some people, I'll say, just want to hear certain information, and other people, like myself, I like to go over the information and over it and try to find more information. And if somebody has more information, please send it to atcrimingshame@gmail.com. There are a few people, Unicorn, Valerie, Brenda, and stuff like that, that send me stuff. Oh, I know what I wanted to show you guys. Charmaine, what time are you going to, you got to go to probably sleep soon, because you have to head back tomorrow, don't you? On there. Don't overlook the Thursday. No, to be honest, so I'm not overlooking that, but the bottom line is that I absolutely believe Daniel when he said that Lily went in and out of the room, and that's why he knew that Lily had pink on. And because I believe Daniel, meaning after sifting through it all, it just became clear to me now that Daniel is telling the truth. So I do believe they've already said that they were seen on the Thursday, and that was in Glasgow. Okay. And basically the whole family was there. They didn't say about other people, and Daniel wasn't about to give the location, but it was in New Glasgow, that's where the footage is from, or that's where they were. And obviously the RCMP has footage of them, and that's how they can say that Jack and Lily and that were alive on the 1st. But because I believe that this was something that happened, that Lily did come in and out of the room that day, because I believe that Daniel is now being truthful. I believe that he did pass a lie detector test, because you'd be a flippin' idiot to sit there and keep lying through your teeth. But again, we do have more information than you guys do, but we're just not willing to share that information. And again, never, ever, because that stuff is just more that we have the knowledge. So it even gives me the knowledge that we do have, even gives me more credence to believe that Daniel's being truthful and stuff like that. But it's just not information that this channel was willing to share, along with some other things. But that's why, for me, I have a little bit more insight, and so does Charmaine, into this. But I wanted to show you that somebody sent me this the other night, and I'll see, I think it was Krista. So give me a second. 1 second. Where's Krista? There she is. Okay, so she sent me this the other night. Oh, I noticed that one thing she sent me as well. May 3rd. Krista sent me this as well. Let me just quickly share it if I could. And let me take down this. So at first I was like, well, she's circling May 1st, and okay, that's really small. Let me make that bigger. So if you look at the top date, it says civil emergency, parts of Nova Scotia, May 3rd, 2025, right? So May 3rd, we didn't hear about it till just recently at the end of May. So it says the search for the missing children, Lily and Jack Sullivan, is ongoing. The Nova Scotia RCMP is asking for the public's assistance in locating the 6-year-old and 4-year-old Jack. Sorry. And then it says they were last seen May 1st on Gairloch Road in Lansdowne Station. Pictou County. So obviously, this is May 3rd, civil emergency, parts of Nova Scotia, right? And that was on May 3rd, guys. We only heard of this towards the end of May about when they came out. I'm not sure the exact date now, but we only heard of this not too long ago about when they were last seen. So that's literally saying they were last seen May 1st on Gairloch Road in Lansdowne Station, Pictou County. Lily has her shoulder length hair. So that was just something I wanted to share with you that she showed me. Hold on a second. And the other thing I wanted to share with you that she sent me was, give me a second. 1 second. Sometimes, here, let me open it up bigger, because if I open it up bigger, then I can find it faster. Okay, so there was that. You guys can't see that. Okay, perfect. Give me a sec. Come on now. I thought it was like, okay, there it is. 550. Sorry, 5. Okay. So stop. Present, share. Okay, I got to go to the 5-minute mark about. We'll do it here. Make the volume better. Now listen closely to what she says. Okay, this is with, I think, Elijah Vu. This is with Elijah Vu.
Elijah likes to sneak out of the house. So we have a slider door. And I don't know if you guys have been there.
I have, yeah.
So you've been to my house. So have you felt the slider door, the wiggly handle?
I didn't touch the handle.
Okay, so the slider door doesn't lock, doesn't latch. He likes to sneak out while we sleep. He wanders while we sleep. He's a wandering little boy. So he's done that so many times. We would wake up and we'll find him. He'll come back in. He'll wake up, come back in, whatever. Well, Joe and I started using drugs again. We were in active addiction.
Danielle tells detectives her 5-year-old son Elijah allegedly had a habit of sneaking out of the house and reveals she and Joe are drug users. Let's continue.
She would hide knives under his bed, tacks under his bed. He would steal things from our kitchen, and he would just do a bunch of stuff that not a normal little boy would do. So we started we just fell off the train and just started using drugs.
Yeah.
So in September,
so let's go back to that.
I don't know the date. I honestly, he has a lot of mental issues. Elijah likes to sneak out of the house. So we have a slider door. And I don't know if you guys have been there.
I have, yeah.
So you've been to my house. So have you felt the slider door, the wiggly handle?
I didn't touch the handle.
Okay, so the slider door doesn't lock, doesn't latch. He likes to sneak out while we sleep. He goes.
I don't know, kind of sound familiar? Got some mental issues, mental health issues, or possibly autistic, and then another thing that she says as they went further along is that basically kind of like what Malay's saying, that everything that they don't do because they're underneath the supervision that all of a sudden the children are doing, on a sliding glass door. So thank you, Krista, for sending this. Anyone that knows the Elijah Vu case knows full well guilty. And that other guy, whatever his name is, Wong Tong Ting or whatever it was, guilty. Very sad case, Elijah Vu. Another sad case of these sick, twisted individuals and stuff like that, drugs, whatever, take the life of Elijah Vu. But again, it's just, kind of like a similar story that is given, right? At the very start of this live, you guys, we talked about Carly Russell. Carly Russell. So people do this shit. They fake shit, right? And the way I see this is, again, that Malaya is basically throwing Daniel underneath the bus. Well, he's really trying to find out the truth. So I'm on team support Daniel. Absolutely. Team support Lily and Jack first and foremost. But team Daniel, I'm absolutely on at this point in time for sure. I don't even, unless something literally rakes me over the coals with information, besides the fact that I do believe that there's lies going on about this whole 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock phone call, 20 minutes to look. I do believe that that is fabrication for sure. But I think that he's clueless, that he was clueless what was going on. But I think to me, it all makes sense now. And I feel like that's exactly what's happening. The public is trying to keep blaming Daniel. And Malay is sitting there in the background who could say something, anything. Nope, not a peep of a word. She has her Facebook up. She doesn't show anything. This whole sliding glass door again situation, health issues or mental health, autistic possibly, and then, like I said, things this lady says here, whatever her name is anymore, says that, these are things that he never normally did. Same thing with Jack and Lily, right? Because underneath, come on. Actually, I want to go there for a second. I got that alert on my phone and another one before midnight on there. Okay, the mailer said wrong email. Can you please link one more time? I swear I have 2 videos of us and a bunch of pictures. But they were almost 2 years ago when we went to visit. Okay, the mailer, I'm not sure what this is. The mailer said wrong email. Can you please link one more time? Are you talking about, right here. So mine is atcrimeandshame@gmail.com and Charmaine's is truecrimestorypod@gmail.com. Either one of those ones, either way, we share the information together. What this is all about is simply everything to do with Jack and Lily. If people don't want things out there or anonymously and stuff like that, we absolutely respect that. We don't ever we will never throw anybody underneath the bus and sit there to our benefit at all. So if you do have information, don't want anything said about you, but you just want to give us information, absolutely fine. So hopefully by now, most people know that they can trust in us, that we always will try to do the right thing for anyone and never use it to the benefit of ourselves. Thank you very much. I do want to go back to those though for a second, because every time I look at these, they piss me off. Now let's go back to this. And I have to work at 6 in the morning, so I don't got too much longer myself. All right, let's look at this one more time here, people. I'm gonna hide that. I'm gonna make this bigger. Okay, so let's just go through this again because it's not too long. Belinda says, have you heard anything yet? You guys can see up here, May 2nd at 1:46 p.m. and then Malaya, obviously the rest of it, right? Okay. And so it says, no, I was keeping them home today because they were sick with a cold. And they got outside the back door, right? Here you go. Here's a narrative. And we can't hear that. Why would you really say that? Like your kids are missing and you're taking time out of your frantic schedule to literally lay out the fact that they got outside the back door and we can't hear it, that door, and they got outside. They like exploring the woods and playing in the woods under our supervision. There you go again. There's the narrative. They like playing in the woods. Well, Daniel says that basically the kids don't go in the woods unless it's with them. And Daphne says that the children never go in the woods. So you know that the children, they don't go in the woods unless they're with. But she specifically, Malaya, has to let Belinda know that in the woods let me say that again. They like exploring in the woods and playing in the woods under our supervision. throwing off the narrative, just like the interview, how she keeps telling you that the children, right, that they don't go outside, and the way she words that sentence is so strange as well. But okay, but I'm just saying. So here she is throwing the same, to me, bullshit to Belinda here. I just can't believe this is actually happening right now. I never thought they would run off on me like that. What do you mean you never thought that they would run off on me like that? That one's strange in itself. I'm so distraught. And then Belinda, who would be believing this, of course, you must be worried sick. Let me know anything at any time. I will, and yes, I am. I don't know what to do. Well, pretty sure Daniel told you to call 911 when you asked him, which is probably a narrative as well. Are your neighbors close at all? No, too close. We live on Gairloch Road. I heard they are bringing in some teams to search, Belinda says. So hoping they're home soon. I hope so too. They've been missing since 9:40. Obviously, that doesn't mesh with the whole 8 o'clock last sighting and some 20-minute time to search. That doesn't match. Okay, I think that's just covering. Regardless, I think for Daniel, it's just them really covering their ass. They like to wander a lot. There you go. Throwing it out there again. That they like to, so what do you mean? Because they're underneath your supervision. So what do you mean they like to wander a lot? When someone says that they like to wander a lot, that means that they're by themselves and they like to wander a lot. So what do you mean underneath your supervision that you're throwing out there? So that's, to me, bullshit. We have a big search team right now and more coming. They also want the info about Cody, which is the paternal father of Jack and Lily. That's Belinda's son. Okay, he doesn't. Now, it's not the Cody Lee Sullivan that's out there. Okay, remember that. That was wrong information. The police do. So, right, they want to talk to Cody. I'm sure Belinda could probably tell me in chat or in the background here. I'll see if she does it tomorrow or something. That I'm sure Cody had an absolute alibi and why he's not part of this. Like, in a sense, he's the father of the two missing children. But obviously, the police would speak to him, right? And obviously, if he had an alibi, well, they've looked at him, don't feel like it's him. So on they go. That's why I haven't invested any time to this when it comes to Cody. I don't think that a father that hasn't seen his kids is going to just go, you know what? I'm just going to pick them up and I'm going to sell them. And I'm going to do that. No, I'm not seeing that at all. Now, yes, I know we have drones and dogs and helicopters. That's not a problem that they can call me to. Okay, I might get you on the phone with the police. That's what she's talking about for Cody there. Have you heard anything yet? Are locals allowed to search? Did they have coats or boots on? Do you know? No. Yet they have boots on. And this is at 3:59 because it's coming from following into here. So 3:59 p.m. on the 2nd. Not yet. They had no. Sorry, because there's people that don't know how to use commas. I'm one of those people that I suck at using punctuation, and my sentence can run on easily. No, yet they have boots on, and Lily has her white backpack on with strawberries, and she should be in pink, and Jack in the darker colored clothes. Jack has also dino boots, and Lily has pink boots. So again, did Daniel see this message at all? Because him and the cousin went through Jack's clothes to figure out what he had on. But I mean, darker colored clothes, maybe that could relate to that they perhaps knew afterwards during this panic of looking for them what else was missing. Possibly. Daniel releases all of this stuff basically and the nappy on the 5th of May. But this wasn't said about the backpack and Jack's colored clothes on the 2nd of May when it was released. Okay, so there's a gap there between, let's just say this. Please get a phone call, RCMP, 10 o'clock. Time that they get there, let's just get whatever, say 10:30, right? So you're kind of using this timeline of, so did they happen to notice more things between, say, 10 or 11 o'clock, then all of a sudden till 4 o'clock? possible? It's possible. So, but I do look at it kind of shady, like a bit, but whatever. It's still possible. So she says that. Do they have coats? No, they didn't put on their coats. Oh my God, they must be so cold. So the children are going to take off, put their boots on and all that stuff, but yet they're not going to put their coats on. Strange, considering it's raining outside. Don't you think a little bit strange there? So that they'll put their boots on and stuff like that. They're all ready to go. Strange, right? But then you think about what Janie said and what Daniel said about Malaya that day, about when she saw that there was no panic to her. It's almost like she more had this look of worry because Janie was home. Janie thought she acted strange. She wasn't calling out the kid's name. She was playing on her phone. So what the hell was going on with that, right? If your kids are missing, like my husband was saying, you're bolting into those woods saying, here, please take care of Meadow. And you start racing around, running around the grounds, looking for them. You're not thinking, definitely abducted. Definitely abducted. You're going to think to the woods first. You're going to think that they're somewhere around there. Like, where are you guys hiding? Come on. That's not really what happened there. Maybe from Daniel's side, but not from Malaya's side. Many are, and then she says again, right? Many are suspecting, okay? This is where she's using other people. Many are suspecting they were picked up by somebody. So that's where, but the narrative you were pushing. And she uses the word many, as if not to say her, but many people, a lot of other people are as well. Because there is no trace of them or Lily's backpack, which obviously Daniel and that is saying, like, there's no backpacks in the wood, there's nothing, blah, blah, blah. But that was like after the second day or something like that, when they couldn't find anything. Let's see here. Do they go out to the road? She says, normally no. Well, again, they're under such great supervision, and then you're going to say, normally no. So that means that sometimes they do. Now, Daniel said that they've never crossed the road, basically, or even go there, really, right? But Malaya is saying, normally no. Again, but you're supervising them all the time. So how come there's so many times here that these kids are actually doing stuff where they're obviously not supervised? Because those are your own damn words. But if they were in the front yard and somebody stopped and convinced them, here she goes again, them to come over, they would go, because they don't understand stranger danger. And what else don't they understand? Well, I mean, they don't understand, obviously, that when you're in a store that, you shouldn't be yapping to strangers. But no, according to Melinda, they just yap and talk, and they'll talk somebody's ear off and da, 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 da. And she went on like a run there of how much the kids talk. And again, they don't understand stranger danger. That's what I'm telling you. She keeps pushing this whole thing about under the supervision. They don't normally do these things. And yet she contradicts herself. She talks about the clothes. Okay, I can a quarter look over that. But again, it's kind of, she just keeps pushing this whole thing about the kids were abducted. The kids were abducted. Now, I understand that Daniel thinking that they're abducted, because one, he's not going to go think about Malaya as having any involvement in the disappearance of Jack and Lily at this point. And he's been in the woods and can't find hide nor hair of them. So I can understand why he's thinking that they were abducted, right? It's kind of like, so I can see that. That it's being pushed out by her, but that is probably making sense to Daniel as well, because why would you think that the mother was involved in any sort of disappearance of these kids? Yet that it's a bunch of bullshit and something happened to these kids. Did they go out to the road? No. So the police want to really broaden their search and plug highways. That should have been done first thing. Yes, we are telling them that because they should have been found, now Jack has trouble. And then she says, by now, Jack has trouble going through the woods. And normally they don't go out of the yard. Okay. Normally they don't go out of the yard. But apparently they just happen to get themselves all dressed, open that door, That, and another thing that stinks about that door thing too is Daniel is telling us not only about the blanket, is he telling us no, that's nothing to do with Lily's and Jack's stuff. He's talking about the door. He's saying that the door, that he's always reminding them to close the door. And suddenly on this day that they decide to sneak out ever so subtly, that the door is closed, right? So the door is closed, but this normally Daniel is, and I guess Malaya are always telling the kids, close the door, close the door, and they don't. But on the day that they have abducted, all of a sudden they closed the door. And so not only did they not hear the door open, but they also didn't hear it close. And my husband does install those things. Nothing quiet about those doors. You can totally hear rollers. So unless they WD-40'd it, so it didn't make any sort of sound whatsoever. I know, and I'm sick and I'm scared and I don't know what to do. I feel helpless. God, I can't even stomach reading these anymore, to be honest. I think nothing but positive. I want my babies home. You want your babies home, and then you take off with your mother, dearest, and then never to be heard from again. Sure, okay. The only bloodhound in Nova Scotia is out looking for them, and they have a better chance of finding them because they track their scent. Thank you, Belinda. Any help is best. I'm so scared. Worried, and I don't know what to do. So any of those people from those Facebook groups that wanted to sit there, like Malaya's even thanking Belinda, right? Because this was all made up, kind of like Charmaine made up all those posts with Daniel. Stupid people. Anyways, I know, stay strong. A lot of people are doing their best and keeping them in their prayers. And then she said, what is your house number? Because she didn't know. And it was a shock to her to know that this was all going down and the state of where her grandbabies were actually living. I'm praying and praying. I want my babies' homes. I'm so sick. You're so sick, right, that you basically left, didn't even search for your children, and you took off with baby Meadow when you didn't have to, and you went with your mama, dearest, that you don't even like. Okay. Says the address. Yes, everyone is here, even people I never thought would be here. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, I gave them your number. Is he there now? Okay. I have reason to believe that they may have been taken by someone. There she goes again. They should have been found them by now if they were in the woods. Wow. Again. Maybe look to yourself perhaps there. I am thinking the same, but that's why I think that they should have issued an Amber Alert. So Belinda is saying that. Yes, I want an Amber Alert issued. They told me they were sending one out at 2 p.m. And then Belinda says they only put out an alert for vulnerable persons of whatever it says there, something of your way. It should have been, I think it was, been province-wide. Yes, I agree completely. So the bloodhound, did they find anything? No, not a thing. Why is that? Because they probably ended up in a vehicle of somebody that perhaps you know. And that's why there's no footprints past pretty much the garage. And those other footprints probably don't even belong to Jack and Lily whatsoever, the ones that they went back to search. Are they still searching the woods? Yes, but no helicopter or drones, blah, blah, blah. Okay, thank you. See you then. And this talks about the footprints that were found, like near the pipeline thing. And then here, right? And we know that the conversation changes at what point here? It changes to the 3rd at some point here, right there. May 3rd, 10:22 a.m. And basically all Belinda's messages now go unanswered. Why? Because she obviously took off with her mummy and Meadow and bolted, didn't even take her car. And like I said, go back to what Daniel says, is that, and what Logan's saying, that she was the safest she ever felt. Happiest and safest she ever felt. And then within 5 minutes, and Daniel even said to Charmaine, basically, like, he has no clue what the mother said to Malaya. Just the fact of how she acted, and everything just changed. To these two people that shed no tears, didn't seem off like they were worried. Why would you come off that way? Probably because you're playing something, and then it turned into this national story. That's the thing, like what happened with Carly Russell, is that she didn't think it was going to turn into this like this huge story, right? And it does, but they don't think of it in that scope whatsoever. Wait, Sunny, check email. Okay, check email. Sorry, I was on. You guys know I was on a whole different thing. I couldn't even see you guys. Check email, my lovely friend. I see. I have to reset it because the music's not going off, Charmaine, at all. Okay, but thanks for the 279, my friend. All right, so let me go check email. Okay. Hi, Brenda. Hey, everybody. Sorry, you guys are all speaking and talking, and I'm totally not keeping it. Sunny, check email. Yeah, I couldn't see the screen. Let me check my email. Let me just take a break and check my email. 1 second. I think I have to go to my other one though. Okay. Right. So that's what I want. So to Valerie. Yeah, check my email. And it's because no alerts are going off, like the songs aren't going off. So that's why Charmaine sent a super sticker, because it plays music typically, but for some reason I have to obviously close it off and restart it again. But anyways, so I don't think it's okay. So I think people know this about Malaya's father, is that has charges that's out there. You can literally find that on the internet, that information, right? So that's not a secret at all. That's totally out there by other YouTubers. I've seen it myself personally because I've Googled his ass as well. Now, so Henry Joseph Brooks, identified as Malaya Brooks' father, was reportedly involved in criminal activity. This section explores the connection to the drug ring and his age. Details. Henry Joseph Brooks, age 41, in 2014, was arrested in Truro, Nova Scotia for his role in prescription drug trafficking, specifically trafficking hydroformin. He faces additional charges, including possession and concealed weapon and prohibited weapon, as part of a case involving 8 individuals. And then, okay, so I'm not going to read that last part. That's just personal thoughts. Okay. So yes, so if you guys didn't know that, yeah. I know I was on a roll. But yeah, so if you didn't know that, it's there. All you need to do. And so remember, Henry Joseph Brooks. Okay, so this is fact. It's not like it's spreading rumors. Just go there, you Google it yourself. You'll find the story about it as well. Again, I've seen other channels do it. I've just looked at it and kept it more to myself, that information. But I was going to go back and look to it after listening to Sloan, because at the end of the day, you're going to look at everybody. But remember, so Daddy Dearest there is the one that said, baby girl, if this ever happens again, you let your daddy know, because I'm a tracker. Well, maybe there's a reason she didn't let Daddy Dearest know, right? Maybe there is a reason that she didn't let Daddy Dearest know. Maybe Sloan might be correct in the fact that, she was trying to do something to protect the kids. Maybe Daniel's and her relationship wasn't so great. Something happened there. Obviously, something happened there. But I feel like still that she let him be thrown underneath the bus while she took off. And there's, like I said, it's just all matching the storyline there. But it's like, okay, so I'm just going by what Sloan's saying, okay? Not that it's factual or not, but, if you guys might have missed a post during the video that I played, well, and I use the word undesirables. We'll say that word nicely, the word undesirables. From Malaya's mother's side, the people that she's been with, right? So there's information more that we know that you don't know. So I want to know about the partner she's with. Myself, I want to look into that. I want to look into Henry Joseph Brooks. But I want to see if there's something else there, because she describes this person as somebody that's like a biker, type vibes, and that she was trying to do something, that Malaya was trying to do something to protect the children, but instead it went like basically sideways as well. And that what she thought was happening ended up being something different than what she actually thought was going to happen. That could be very much true as well, right? But the thing is that knowing who her partner is now and knowing what her dad looks like, just visually to see them, they're not matching, right? They're not matching that same look that Sloan was presenting. So then I'm thinking, okay, she said that Malaya's childhood. Now the person her mom's with, has been for, I'm not even sure how many years, but there was somebody else before that. But who is it? She just said to the mother side. So that's where it's like I'm coming to you guys. Anyone that has any information that I can take a boo at, just to see if there's some sort of pedophilia or something going on there, something that would make sense to this. At the end of the day, I believe that RCMP is, and like she said, that there's one person in the RCMP that's just pounding this case. I think that they know, I do feel like they know what's going on here. And it's just a matter of the time before the information, before they fully have their ducks in a row, and and perhaps charges get laid. I honestly think though that if this is a booby trap and Daniel was a victim of basically a false narrative, this isn't him being neglectful. Then that wouldn't be him being neglectful. That would be him, thinking that it was all true, and maybe it was Malaya that, like they tried to come up with this timeline and stuff. And, because obviously if you love someone, and they're saying something, you know what I mean? So if this is like one of those booby trap things, he ain't going to have no charges, because he would have been played. And I kind of feel like, in my opinion, hypothetically, allegedly, that's a very strong possibility based on the information that we know so far. Okay, now let's see. Was there anything else? Am I supposed to check my email again? Someone sent you pics and vids too. I gotta take my time here. Let me take a look. Definitely don't see pics, and I don't see video. So if there was, they never attached it. Yeah, so don't know who was supposed to send it, but I see 2 emails, and neither of them. Let me check again on this one. Nope. There's no videos and no pictures. Good fight. Good fight. Yeah, check my email. There's nothing there. Yeah. Do we know Valerie? We do. Yeah, I know who Valerie is. Valerie's always in here. She's one of the biggest cheerleaders out there. Same with Brenda. There's a lot of people that are cheerleaders, but these ones wow, there's dogs out there. Check your spam. It doesn't go to my spam. I'll look though. I'll look. Spam, are you there? Let me see. Nope. No spam. Well, tracker is a hunting expression, but it also is, those shows, Valerie, when you're the trackers, like you ever watch those tracking shows, where they're legit trackers and they'll hunt you. Thank you. I win. So, nope, not in spam. Come on now. Who's the one that sent it to me? Just send me an email saying that you're the one that supposedly sent me something. I don't care. Tracker means two different things. Track and hunting, but also tracking, because I watch those shows all the time. Actually, I actually really like those ones where they try to hide from a tracker, and you know, they have so much time and they got a couple of days to do it and stuff. Anyways. All right, come on now. Whoever was supposed to send me an email with attachments, let's do it. Neither of these have attachments at all. Was this stuff I was allowed to share though? Or no? I did see where somebody was talking about videos and stuff. That's who I am. Right, Ben? Yes, natives are good trackers. We are with Earth. I can believe that, Valerie. Absolutely. Is who dating police? Malaya? Maybe. Telling you guys, there's some crazy shit going on back there. And I think Daniel, he's getting the short end of the stick here. And he's trying to be truthful and look for the kids, and even saying that they're not going to get away with it, because I know. But poor Malaya. You know. For Jack and Lily. That's all it is. Jack and Lily, Jack and Lily, Jack and Lily. Yes, the police would have continued checking text calls. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, I get a gut feeling that they exactly know what's going on there. Has anyone else heard anything about the bus driver's brother? Yeah, Angela, we already looked into that. And same with Daniel as well, by the way. And the brother lives in Alberta. So, and that's where Charmaine is right now. Okay, you little chubby chakwa. Do you hear those dogs? They're over there. Little ankle biters is what they are. Yeah, justice for that. But anyways, that's just it. We never talked about it because me and Charmaine just looked into it behind the scenes. And, Belinda had already sent in that information as well, right? Because it was one of those things you never want to regret. And again, we talked about this on a live, and basically, I said to Belinda, we can't say anything about the case, but we got this under control, type of thing. So anyways, so come to find out that obviously the Pictou brother, CP, brother of the bus driver. So if he's in a different province, to me, there's nothing to that anymore. If you guys go look at the bus driver there, he's got a wife and kids, and I don't see that at all, to be honest with you. You would have to put a lot of spinning and twisting on it. But anyway, so, I mean, it would be one thing if his brother lived within Nova Scotia still, but apparently he's not. So we didn't bother to bring it because we're not going to sit there and try to talk about something just to get a click and a view. We felt that it wasn't worthy once we looked into it deeper, because we were hot on that trail. As soon as we were getting that information, I found the brothers and his Facebook page, found the two of them in the same picture and all that. But it was one of those things. If it meant something to show you guys for us, we would have showed it to you. But other channels or other people have kind of talked about it on certain channels. Now, I just want to know here. It's 9:02. I do have to work at 6 a.m. in the morning. There was a video. I watched last night. I meant to share it with you. Found it some strange ways. It was short. I'll find it again. I won't say no more, but it is a need to see video. Absolutely. Let me see. Do I got any other email coming in? Look at that. Nope. So don't know. Don't know. Either somebody doesn't know how to send attachments properly and they send off an email. Valerie, is that you? Why can't you be Valerie? I don't know why that song always comes into my head. Yes, Ben, continued prayers for Jack and Lily. Again, it's what it's about. That's it. Just fighting for answers for Jack and Lily. They deserve answers, right? You guys know that have children. This is just unimaginable. But to think that mothers and stuff don't do this stuff or play games or take their children's lives or do these awful things, absolutely they do. We see it all the time. Was one of the first calls Daniel made after RCMP were called? Was one of the first call Daniel made after RCMP called? Charmaine, what does that mean? I don't even know what that means. Was one of the first calls Daniel made? Oh, was one of the first calls after Daniel made. Right. That's okay. That's correct. So what Charmaine's saying there is that Daniel himself had called and had spoke. So Daniel knows the family of the bus driver. So he had called one of them up and basically because that was one of his first suspicions as well, right? Well, if the children aren't in the woods and they're abducted, who could have done it? So he knew the family. He knows the family of the bus driver. So he called and then was told that the brother lives in Alberta. So he'd already gone down that line. Have an amazing weekend. Heck, it's just, well, I guess it's the end of the weekend, isn't it? Yeah, it's Sunday today. Mama Angie, I never heard about that. Yeah, no problem. So like I said, if I get 4 hours sleep in a day, other than that, the only thing that sucks though is my iPad crashes on me all the time. That thing with Messenger sucks. I honestly, I'm going to throw that thing out the window. I need to upgrade my iPad because my iPad, it literally, I have the basic stuff on it that I need and it crashes on me all the time. I mean, I need to try to upload my pictures, but last time I uploaded my pictures, a lot of them were still stuck, but honestly, I was having anger issues the other day because I'm sitting there trying to send Charmaine a message and Belinda, it says, couldn't send. Oh, I also need to do something. And so I'll just wait a second. Okay. So give me a second here. Cause I promised this for, a friend. Yes. Didn't get that. And I want to say to Kent, I'm so sorry about your business burning down. I know that when I asked you, you didn't want to put it out for the public, and then it came out in the public on the Colchester. So you guys just give our best to Kent. Well wishes. His business, his junkyard. I remember making fun of it. He goes, "Hey, I have a junkyard." Anyways, it burned down the other day, and they were just about to celebrate their 40th year. He said in July. And so, yeah. So biggest hugs to Kent there. Okay. 1 second here. Okay. Okay. I'm going to share this because this is what you do for friends. Okay. So Lewis used to come up here and he used to do tons of lives with us during Delphi case. And sometimes jobs change and things change. And, and then me and him even had a channel. I can't remember the name of the channel. But anyways, so Lewis is a dear friend. And the other day he had a nasty fall. So as a friend to Lewis, I'm going to show you guys something. And it's 1 second here. 1 second. Let me pull this up. Where did it go? Oh, it's right here. Okay. Okay, stop that stuff. Okay, privacy information. Okay, sorry. Okay, so if anybody has a little extra that they can help Lewis with, because you guys in the States, in the States especially, they don't have health care like we do here in Canada. Lewis took a nasty fall. What happened was this. I couldn't believe it when he sent me this picture. Like, you guys, take a look at this. Like, look at that. So what happened was, I know, this is Lewis, you guys. Okay? So, Lewis, 1 second, let me come back on the thing. Okay. He's a good guy, right? He's just a really good guy. His car caught on fire. And as he was running out of his vehicle, he tripped and landed basically on pavement or whatever. Totally. You guys can see that, man. That's just nasty, nasty. Look at that. You guys have no idea. I have like the full picture. But that's just crazy. His nose is like literally in half. He was telling me, like, he's in the hospital and he's like, look what happened. And so anyways, if anyone has a spare couple bucks, $5, whatever, and you can help Lewis with to help some bills. So I'll say this. Lewis has a wife and a couple of kids. The wife looks after her sister's children. He's the income provider here. Okay. Lewis is one of those ones. Unfortunately, during the COVID days, he went to go do a business, then COVID hit, and basically his whole 4K or whatever you call it, anyways, ended up getting washed away. So all this money that he had specifically, then COVID happened and it literally wiped him out. No one was he bought some sort of, he was a truck driver or something, but he bought some sort of like a Meals on Wheels type of vehicle. And that's what he was going to start doing. And that's what he spent his money on. But then COVID happened and nobody wanted to do that stuff, right? You couldn't go out to restaurants. You couldn't do, it was all about wearing masks and whatever. Anyways, so all that money basically wasted. And then he had to use it because obviously during the COVID days, right? Like I said. But anyway, so I promised Lewis, he asked me to, and I want to we've helped a lot of friends here, along the way with some fundraisers when they've needed it to. And so again, if anyone does have a few extra bucks, please help Lewis out. He had to have 3 sets of stitches. And he couldn't have any painkillers at all. So he had to have the stitches without painkillers because I can't remember if he said he was allergic to that he was allergic to it. And that's why he couldn't have it. Anyways, poor Lewis. Poor Lewis. 1 second here. Let's see here. Just give me a second here. Well, how did I get to yours, Charmaine? I was looking at Lewis's. 1 second here. One second here. Just quickly stop screen on that. Oh my God, I'm such an idiot. I'll put in the, share. Okay, copy link. We're going to put that link in there. Paste. Only 7 more little thumbs, please, lovelies. Okay, that's the link for his GoFundMe, okay? For Lewis. Image file. Show you a couple here. Okay. So sadly, like I said, Lewis's car caught on fire. So he started running out of it. So not only did he lose his friggin' ass car, then he trips and falls. Here, let me just show. So this is So this is the full picture of that one, in a sense, for Lewis's face. And then this is after getting some stitches in there. I'll show that one quickly. That's like 3 things. Imagine, like, what a day. Poor dude. Literally, car goes on fire, then he freaking face plants, fucking splits his whole freaking face open on his nose, like, and underneath here. Anyways, if you can help him out, he's just a person that works to support his family. He's the only income provider of it. And, I said, I know your guys is in the States, that healthcare and that is horrible out there for that. But now, obviously he needs to recover. What 400? Oh, you're talking about in the likes. What are we at? 396. Come on, guys. It's got to be 4 people out there. I already hit the like. I can't do that. Anyways, I'll just drop his link one more time there. So, Lewis, please get better, buddy. I'm so sorry that that's all happened to you in a day. I feel for the dude, honestly. He's a great guy. Great guy. Very knowledgeable, too. RCMP is waiting on that one. 2-tip for the rest, in my opinion. Prayers for Lily and Jack. Charmaine, I don't have a go. Charmaine, you do tea. Charmaine, it's just underneath a different name. Look at those fudge pack. Okay, so we all know that there was a fake GoFundMe that was going around for Lily and Jack. That's how slimy people can get. Okay, it happens in all of these type of cases. But don't you find it interesting, though, that there wasn't actually a legit GoFundMe, for Lily and Jack? Whenever a case like this happens, there's always some sort of GoFundMe. Unfortunately, it's those little pieces of shit slime out there that create these GoFundMes because they're little scammers, and you guys usually know where those scammers are coming from half the time. But anyways, on the other side of the world there in India. But anyways, yeah, this always happens, though, right? Is that these people come up with a GoFundMe and they ride off of that stuff, right? Like your typical ordinary scams that happen all the time. Every which way you look, there's a scam coming at you through Amazon, through your phone. Well, same thing happens in true crime. The minute these leeches even get hold of a story that's heartbreaking, there up goes a fake freaking GoFundMe. So you got to be very careful with that stuff when you're donating to those things. It happened. I think with what's his name? Not Sebastian's case. Or was it with Sebastian's case? No, I think because what it was there's this search group that was, what's his name, Charmaine? The tall, lanky guy that fell over into the water and nobody. It was just like, remember they were looking, what was his name? Oh my goodness. But anyways, and then people start setting up a GoFundMe for, anyways, let me just put it this way. It happens all the time. And do you do up a page to share on Facebook? My God, poor man. Well, I mean, I have my It's a Criming Shame page. If anyone doesn't know, there is my It's a Criming. I've always kept it private because I just didn't ever want everyone and anybody to do it on there, but maybe I'll open it up. Now. I don't really use it. I've been lately only checking. I've been pretty good, guys. I keep checking out the messages. Okay, that's pretty impressive on my part that I can actually navigate over there. Half time, honestly, Facebook used to be simple. Now it's all this metadata shit. And I click something but I can at least know on my iPad where I need to go. On the computer, not going to happen. Riley Strain, thank you so much. That's who I was talking about. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, do we have 400? 404. There was 8 other people there sitting there just waiting to hit that button for Jack and Lily. Okay. So again, this is for Lewis, this GoFundMe here, guys. If anyone can help out, just to, like I said, a couple bucks, whatever. Okay. Guess I'm gonna have to donate. I kind of he sent it to me the other day, but that was after my live, so I didn't see it. But I just wanted to keep my promise there as well. And Charmaine, your GoFundMe is to me, by the way. Charmaine, she's the one that sometimes just throws me gifts. Like remember the heater thing, the heat thing when you got a sore back and stuff like that. Heating pad. Couldn't think of the stupid name for a second. Right? Next thing I know, I get one from Charmaine. You know? Yeah. And she's got the birthday stuff, and she sent me birthday stuff, but I really like the birthday stuff I sent her for the true crime partners in crime. Yeah. I'm deaf and you're stupid or something like that. Or I'm deaf and you can't speak English, I think it said. Oh my God, I saw that. Can't. Big hugs, buddy. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Look at this, such a tragedy for that. Anyways, you guys, who left an hour ago? I don't know who left an hour ago. Come on. I can't even keep with you guys up with you now. Sunny 400, like beautiful. Yeah. So before I head off here, I want to say, please go back and watch it all again. You absorb a lot more information the second time you go watch it. So perhaps consider going to watch from the Bella part, especially onwards. Yeah, I mean, the audio too, there's a little, but it does say 8 o'clock. That was just to show that and about the pink blanket. But anyways, go watch it again and you might see some things that you might have missed for those messages there. Just saying on there. But I just want to say thank you to the channels that really understand the integrity of this channel and like evil exists. And someone told me that Bullhorn Betty too was, I think it was Sharon that said that. So kudos for being respectful and tell those people that are going around and being cheerleaders for the channel, because you guys know that what we're trying to put out is just honest, truthful, factual information. And you guys see that and you're standing behind us, supporting that. We realize that there's been channels recently that have just been, cutting us down left, right, and center. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. But thank you guys very much for having our backs and standing behind us and not letting some of those people get away with their bullshit. And just be kind. Just be kind to each other. There's no need of that stuff of keep slagging the channels. It's for me to slag a channel. I only might do it if somebody slags this channel first, right? So sometimes I can't help myself. It's like, oh, for Pete's sakes. But I don't like to get at wars with anybody and stuff like that. We talked about it. We were over it. The focus is Jack and Lily. Does drama bring, people out of the woodwork? Obviously. But at the end of the day, not a drama channel. Don't like being mixed up with that stuff. Just here to do our business. And so I just want to say thank you guys very much. Thank you for you guys too, that we're getting close to 15,000 subscribers. Again, I just appreciate all you guys. Okay. All the people that truly care about the channel and come here for that purpose, just thank you, because you guys are the ones that truly can help make or break a channel in a sense. And so thank you for having this much care for Belinda from this channel and from you guys. And I'm very humbled by watching people just truly stick up for us, or by people sending in some information and stuff like that and all that. And Charmaine, she doesn't care about you guys whatsoever. Okay. It's all about her GoFundMe page. She doesn't care nothing. Lewis, he used to come on with Sunny. Yes. Lewis used to always come on. It used to be fun watching Lewis and Aspen when they would go on their it was like watching two bullheaded people. And I would just sit there and I would enjoy it because I love a good debate. Don't get me wrong. I love a good debate. But when Lewis and Adam would sit there and talk about Delphi, right? It was you would watch Aspen roll his eyes and Lewis, talk. And I just used to sit back and laugh because I love a good debate. You don't have to have the same opinions, but like, it's kind of like in my life. I can have a good debate with someone. You walk away going, good talk, good debate, see you tomorrow type of thing. right? Instead of people getting angry and stuff like hangry, but whatever. But it used to just always make me giggle the way that those two would just roll their eyes. They would cut each other, when they were talking, cut each other off. And yeah, sometimes I miss those days. Anyways, I do want to say this. Okay. So I don't know that I seen this one. Did I? Did I say? Yeah, I think I did. Right. I'm sick of the. Oh, right. You did. I'm sick of the mother. I didn't care what anyone says. I would turn over everything stone if something is terribly wrong. Absolutely. And then she sent a $2 one. The RCMP shouldn't, I think not the RCMP, have taken Lily and Jack off the website. I don't think so. Sometimes that does happen, but I don't think so. But I'll take a look. We'll see. Thank you for that, though. Susan King, $10. Streamlabs, have some coffee. Thank you so much. Oh, Charmaine did too. Check email, my lovely friend. Charmaine, why didn't you just put that to your GoFundMe? So unselfish of you to give it to me. And then someone sent you some pics and videos. Another $2.79. Again, Charmaine. It's always that love coming from Charmaine over there. But thank you guys for that. Did anybody send me an email yet, you guys? You know what I'm going to have? So I'm going to have a big bowl of ice cream, and I don't give a shit if I have diabetes or not. I'm going to have a big bowl of ice cream. It's was 30 degrees or something out today. My husband bought a fan for the room. I don't know what the heck it's doing, but it's certainly not doing much circulating. I swear to God. Our air conditioner bit it about a month and a half ago. So that's like $600 to put out for an air conditioner. I'm just not feeling $600 right now for an air conditioner. So I guess that fan that he bought today, we'll have to try to do, because I couldn't even sleep last night. I kept sleeping for an hour, waking up, and I was like, shit, I got to get up at like 5:30, right? Because I was working from home. Tomorrow I start at home and then I go to the office because, well, somebody's not going to be in there till 8 o'clock and they can't just have me by myself. And when I say walk there, I'm like literally 500 feet. That's how far it takes me. But that means that I still have to get ready. When I'm at home, I just roll out of bed. I'm just like, whoop, I got to go 2 feet to my desk. Wow, aircon gone at the start of the summer. Right, Ben? Honestly. And those gigajoule people can suck it, okay? Because we don't do anything different. We don't turn our heat on at all. Just side note here. We don't turn our heat on at all. Why? Because it's hot. Even in wintertime, it's hot in this apartment, okay? And so you can't tell me that $400 every 2 months goes down to more like $200 in summertime, and we don't do a lick of anything different. And those gigajoule things, they can kiss my ass that they call those. That's just for scam you. That's what it means. Those gigajoules equals scam you. They're a bunch of scammers, Hydro. You guys know it. They're a bunch of bullshitters. If we don't do anything different and we don't even turn our heat on and we do the exact same shit all year round, you're going to tell me that somehow the bill's all of a sudden $400, like literally every 2 months in a 1-bedroom apartment, people, to sometimes $200. Come on now, crooks, criminals. Jessica, to find it, this person I normally don't watch, but I stumbled upon his video. Oh, one of those ones. I get it. Random person you're watching. No one can get money to raise the kids without the RCMP, CBS knowing who now has the kids. Money to raise the kids, the RCMP, CBS knowing who now has the kids. Charmaine, I can't really read that. Hold on, Charmaine. Let me just see what that says. Let me just put on my smart glasses for a second. I think that says exactly. Thank you. Oh, looks like Charmaine's in your corner over there. You should let me come up. No, why? All you do is speak French and we can't understand you anyway, Joe. You can't do it tonight, right? You can email me and you can come up on a live if you want to talk about this case. You know, you have to get through my bodyguard, Charmaine, however, but, you know, I'm the easy one. Charmaine's like the bodyguard. She's like those dogs that were out there. Yeah, no government money to help raise the kids. That's important. Yeah, that is important. You should, yeah. You gonna give up on your French shit? Un, deux, trois, quatre. We have rules, Joe. Yeah, this is like a woman's lair. Should we really let a man in it? It's a man's world. Is that what you? No, it's a woman's world. Woman. 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 Remember that. But anyways, if you're serious, then you can just send an email to Crowning Shame. I'll look over your application to come up on this live, and we might let you on. Nah. Hey, that offer's there if some legit. Okay, when I give out that offer, we don't want you kooks sitting there sending emails. We don't want the weird asses coming up here and stuff like that. We just want normal thinking people that actually have common sense. Okay, we don't want no Fruity Loops. Okay, no Tootsie Rolls. Okay, because we get some of those people sometimes, and you're like, oh my freaking God, why didn't we freaking double check them before we even allowed them to come up? Because sometimes they look okay in chat, and then they get up here, and then they're freaking weird ass people. That's why we don't really usually have that. Counts me. Ben, you know you can come up here anytime. You know, I know what not to say. Jesus. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, Charmaine, that person, whatever his name was, Shannon's, whatever his name was, wholly arrogant and rude the other day. So freaking, such a condescending know-it-all. What a dick. Whatever his name was again, that guy, what a dick. He was being rude to, who was it? Was it to Lisa or somebody? And he was just being rude to me, like, holy cow, as if his wording in the chat was special and I was supposed to keep up with all the shit he was typing. All I'm going to say is, you know, he's a dick. He's a big dick on there. I don't give a shit how much you think you know about the case or that area because you live there. Dude, you don't be disrespectful. I don't put up with that. I'm not one of those people that is like, oh, let me just bite my tongue because he has information. No. I'm not that person. You don't sit there and be that rude and chat and keep being rude when you're asked not to stop being rude. Then you just keep being rude. No. Same ear, hat as side. So whoever, no, pray. Yeah. But are you normal, Joe? Because all I've seen is a bunch of this French stuff coming out of your mouth, you know, and I'm just worried that you're going to start translating what we're saying and then twisting it into French shit that I don't understand. That's my worry with you, Joe. For a psychic, why doesn't she recognize the kids have some form of learning early stages? Lily is way too easily stimulated and Jack doesn't know. You know, now when it comes to psychics, let me put it this way. What I think is this. You take them with a grain of salt. That's like asking a psychic to tell you the lottery numbers, right? I don't think sometimes that people understand psychics too well because it's one of those things is that some are good. Are they perfect? Are they supposed to read everything about a case and stuff like that? Is 75% of what Sloan said correct? We don't know for sure and stuff. But I hate it when people put an expectation on psychics. I mean, some of them out there are just crackerjacks granted on you. But it's always like as if a psychic should be perfect. And they, you know, you guys watch Tyler Henry, probably John Edwards, you know, and then what's the one's name from? You guys know the freaking poof-haired lady, the big thing from where is it from? Not New York, but right around there. But anyways, you guys know what I'm saying, right? But it's just like when somebody says for a psychic, why doesn't she recognize that the kids have some sort of, again, that's to say that a psychic should know everything and everything about something. And she did She did talk about that. I don't remember what she said though. Yeah. But that's only my thing about that, is I think sometimes people put an expectation that's just not realistic on psychics in a sense. It's like, does anyone watch Tyler, Tyler Henry and stuff like that? Teresa Caputo. Thanks, Charmaine. That's what I'm talking about. There are truly people with gifts, but that, again, that doesn't mean that Teresa Caputo or Tyler Henry are perfect. They're going to put out, of course, when they do the cutting and editing, they're going to put out everything that they got right? But that, to me, like the lady that I was read by, that's probably the truth. That's probably the truest time I knew that people really had a gift. Like some people truly have a gift. I am Mick Mac. I think I am butchering that. Most off-reserve families, hi Eliza, most off-reserve families don't qualify for the same support provided on a reserve. For the most part, you have to depend on the provincial government, not the federal government. Let's say this is true, right? About the Malaya, this whole plan stuff, which is what it kind of looks like, and the way that Sloan kind of described it, like it was more like she was doing it for protection of the children. I mean, the oddities of what happened that day is there. Absolutely. Her interview is odd. And then Sloan said, for instance, money doesn't necessarily mean money, right? It could have, and then she referenced of, welfare or some sort of subsidy or something like that, whatever on there. I really wonder what the story will be of what happened to Jack and Lily. Like, I truly feel like this line is correct the way it's going, but for the reasons could only be anyone's guess. Because Malaya's whole thing is strange. Taking off with a mother she didn't even want in her life is strange. And then Daniel thinks that there was a hold that her mother had. What is it that would have caused Malaya to play a game, if it's hypothetically, allegedly, to cause her to play this game? And I know that Daniel said that she had really bad postpartum, even worse, even like he would know, but that she distanced herself from Jack and Lily, and it's all about Meadow, and then the children were, this is what I don't understand. So the children were refused status. So why would they be granted status when they left? Right? That part. So to do with reservations or the res and stuff like that, I don't have any knowledge besides what people say in here. I don't have any knowledge at all about the goings or the comings of, besides when I was little and when I was in school, our bus would go, to the reservations sometimes and pick up the kids from the reserves, and off to school we went. But I didn't actually know much about any of that stuff at all. And I still don't, to be honest with you. So to me, to talk on what happens there or what doesn't happen there, but obviously if Daniel says that Malaya tried to get the kid status 3 times and was refused, and then they go missing, and then all of a sudden they got status, why would that happen? Like, why would that happen then? Loudmouth is a great channel. I'm a newbie. Watched for a while before I subbed. No drama, no game. Show made up of crap, spin and windwheel prize bull crap. Oh, good, Sonny. I think we finally found our therapist. There recently was a blow up on Facebook about some elected counselors from Millbrook Reserve who are accused of drugging and abusing Indigenous women. They had a Facebook chat that got leaked. Oh, and by the way, somebody sent me something about that. I I saw that video that I pulled up because I actually played it, and it was during this case. You know, when they were trying to basically, there was this whole video about their, what we want to call it, the truck stop drugs. And then there was like the argument going on between, you know, the reserve or whatever, and this, and them having to sell drugs and stuff like that. And that drugs included like hash, and it was like a freaking party house for what they could sell there, to be honest with you. I remember somebody had talked to me about that recently, today or yesterday, and I was like, I played that video. I know exactly what you're talking about. Oh, okay. I see. Hi. I just learned about your channel from other creators. Just I would say hi. I've heard such good things. I sub. See, when you said loudmouth, I instantly was like, are you calling me a loudmouth? And I was like, no, it got to be somebody else. It's got to be a louder mouth than mine for sure on there. Well, welcome, Loudmouth, again, this channel, and to anybody else. It's all about being respectful to each other. You can have your opinions, absolutely, but just be respectful and chat to others, because everyone's entitled to opinion, just like I'm entitled to opinions, right? It's just about bringing awareness to the case first and foremost. And then, of course, we like to talk about what could have possibly have happened to Jack and Lily. But the focus here is the awareness and insight into the day that Jack and Lily went missing. And for that, this channel is provided due to the graciousness of Belinda and Daniel speaking to Charmaine, and Belinda speaking with me and stuff like that. And just to have more insight. And that's all I ever look for. I'm just like I'm a digger. Like, if nobody knows me, man, I'm a digger. I love to dig. I love to snoop. I love to try to solve, understand things, figure out family members. You know, if this was in the United States, I would have had all of this shit already, just saying. Because the United States, to gather information from the United States, that's like taking candy from a baby. I'd know about pretty much all of your friends, who your family is. That's how much information you can get from, if you're, you know, from Intellius and those truth finders and blah, 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 blah. My favorite was Intellius. But in Canada, we're just different. We don't have that kind of access, kind of like you would see every pedophile in United States. Here, it's like, hello? You don't even know, you know? I'm a newbie. Is that what you were saying? So now it all makes sense to me now. Oh, there's Travis, late night tonight. No, this chick needs a bowl of ice cream for her diabetic ass. And, you know, I had some Dr. Pepper, 0 sugar. That counts. That means I can have ice cream. All right. So you guys have been awesome tonight. You guys have literally done 415 likes. Hopefully you guys have done some shares as well. Thank you so much to everybody. Charmaine, Mods, Ben, you're my second husband over there. Thank you for being awesome. Same with Sharon Parker. Charmaine, she's kind of awesome a little bit. Shauna, nice to see you. But I want you guys again to say thank you so much from me and Charmaine about how awesome you've been for standing behind us, supporting the channel, and backing us up when people are trying to tear, you know, the good people down. Right? Psh, psh, to them. Anyways, you guys, bless. Take care. Travis, nice to see you. Joe, again, if you're truly interested in coming up here, I'm not the type to try to control a convo or win an argument. I'm very respectful to women. Oh, Joe. Those are so poignant words there on that one. Ben. I feel like we got a new ladies' man right here. Okay. Ben, do you ever talk to me like this? Just saying, Ben. You might give me links, but do you ever talk to me like this, Ben? Yeah, my husband doesn't care. Remember that. Okay. Anyone watching this live at the very start of this, so that was my husband, Steve Austin. That was joining me. John to crime scene to courtroom. He had some other stuff, whatever, come up, and he was because he's working on something else. So that didn't happen. We'll try to get CD up here as well. I'll have to talk to CD, and CD is a retired police officer, a good friend of the channel's as well. It's just that mostly when we did all this stuff, it was through the Delphi case and stuff like that. But yeah, those would be some good lives to have with a retired police officer. Yes, he's out of the States, not an RCMP on this side, but whatever. Just, at the end of the day, for the most part, a lot of the things that the police do and that are the same, right? And how they conduct stuff. So, yeah. All right. I hear they found their remains. Come on, Shauna. Come on now. If you're in here to throw out crap, please don't be doing that with kids. Where did you hear this, Shauna? Because somebody already tried to do this bullshit when the kids first disappeared. Maybe it was you. I don't remember. It was somebody. So don't be, if this is a game. You sent, oh, did you? Thank you. Okay. Yeah, don't be, like I said, I'm just tempted to boot your ass right now just because I know that that's not true. You know what? I don't believe you at all. And you're probably the same person that said that last time. So just because I feel it, my gut's telling me to. See you, Shauna. If I have to come back and say that you were right, but I'm not buying this bullshit at all. I think that's probably the same person. I don't know why, but I'm getting that vibe of that avatar that's saying, is that the same person that came in saying that shit? Because that's what I'm saying, you guys. There's sick, twisted people out there that do this shit. If you have any questions about legal system and policing, of course, we'll gladly pick your brain, Joe. Again, email if you're interested to come up here, Joe, or somebody else is that's truly, and you absolutely confirm that you're not psychotic, sociopath, psychopath and all that shit, and you're just like a normal human species that has an even keel brain, you're more than welcome to come join us. All right. So with that being said, you guys, again, if you can, do I have that link? Remember, so with this one, this is the GoFundMe for Lewis. You guys can help a friend out, please. I ask you, please help the gentleman out. Again, good guy. It's just his income. And unfortunately, the states suck ass. Yeah. Okay. All right. See, it's like I know I need to go, but I like Belinda. I said to Belinda the other day, well, I got the gift to gab, and you know what she said? Ha 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 ha, you certainly do. And I'm like, but honestly, if my lives were only 20 minutes, I'd probably only have about 50, 100 likes type of thing. I said, this way people get to come in and go out like a revolving door. Oh, Sunny, you're still on? Yes, I am. I don't know where I get all this energy from. Seriously, I talk all day on the phone at work because I'm a customer service agent. So all day long, it's like, this is Sunny. How can I help you today? But that stuff's more on the, fix my problems. It's your fault, your guys' fault. Yeah. So how can I make your life better? But then I come on here and my husband's always like, how do you just talk to strangers randomly in a store? Like, how do you do that? Because I find it very easy. Hi, Kaika. How are you? Good night, everyone. Charmaine, you have a safe drive back to BC here. Bring your ass a little bit closer to me. Come back into our time zone and on the British Columbia side. Even though there's parts of British Columbia, you guys, if you don't know, that are actually Alberta time zone. Depends where you're going up there. I think it's around Rogers Pass, isn't it, Charmaine? Anyways, take care, everyone. Lily and Jack, okay? Okay, and Daniel and Belinda, thank you. Thank you so much. Answers are going to come, guys. They will. They will. All right. I'm going to go have a bowl of ice cream now. Miss you guys already. I do. Sucks I have to work at 6. All right. Thanks, everybody.
A Norfolk night, the world is cold. We stand surrounded, we are not alone. We